Okay. We live. I gotta clean up the my external drive. It's getting really full. And if I forget to do that, it's not gonna be happy with me, I'll tell you that. What I have to do these like irregular. I have to do these like irregular Sudoku now. Crazy. Yeah, this is actually kind of tough now. Look, I put a 1 in there. We're good. We're good for the day. Ooh. Okay, I'm pretty excited for today. I have a couple things to go over though before we get into the game dev. One thing from Twitter regarding Sweet Baby Inc. is apparently I think it said the owner, the co-founder, Kim Belair, had a GDC talk in 2019. There's a little bit of a sus clip from that I want to go over super fast. B2B Chronicles. What's up, Lazy Pigs? Let me go over this. Yeah, there's nothing bad on this image. We can go over it. Hold on, let me pause this. So this is from a GDC talk in 2019 called Now You See Me, Representation as Innovation. Boy, do I already have problems with that title. Twitter's bitrate is what it is. Can I force it? Whatever, you'll hear it.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
See, we're getting canceled first thing in the morning. Let me just play this again because this is
if
great.
You're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups. Okay. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Terrorism is a way of getting what you want. This is just such a retarded approach to game dev. I'm just gonna say it. This is so dumb. She's unashamed. He's smiling and laughing even at this cult-like mentality of terrify your marketing team with your supposed facts just so that you can force your ideology down people's throats. Wonderful. No idea why any game devs would want to consult with such sharks. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. I mean, the thing is, you can manipulate a lot of people by just being confident and sounding like you know what you're talking about. And I've worked with a lot of people like that, who, especially with my bosses or people above me that weren't necessarily in game dev or weren't game devs for a very long time, they would take at face value what somebody who was just extremely charismatic and confident said. Something that everybody else, on the team or people with more experience would be like, that's not true. That's not at all how it works. But if you're confident and you're charismatic, it is scary how much manipulation you can do. And I mean, we see that with like politicians and stuff, right? It's the same thing here. It's the same thing here. But I just want to reiterate what I said yesterday. There is no realm in which I would ever work with Sweet Baby Inc. or another company like that. No realm. Quickest way to destroy my game. So, Oh boy, yeah, I'm following this, and I guess we'll just see where it goes from here. That was one thing. I then saw a new Tim Kaine video about the 5 traits in a good producer. I wanted to go over. Now, I have never been a producer myself. If PDB is actually PDG. Oh no. He could be. Wait, hold on. Maybe he is. Unknown. Unknown. He is the unknown from the Willy Wonka experience in Glasgow. Like I was saying, I've never been a producer myself, but I have worked in production adjacent roles, right, as like a lead game designer. So, and I want to do production for our own company here at Microraptor. To some extent, right? I don't want to be a full-time producer, but I would like to help out with production and especially make sure that some of the goals that we've talked about, like a zero bug policy and things like that, are being implemented. It's mainly the zero bug policy that I'm focused on. So yeah, I wanted to see what the 5 traits in a good producer are and see if I agree with them or see if there's something I can learn from this. Let's learn. With our favorite man, Tim, also. Game developers are finally waking up from asthma. That's tempting to watch, too. You guys can't see that, except for my Here, now you guys can maybe see it. Okay, let's go.
Hi, everyone. It's
Hi,
me,
Tim.
Tim. And today I want to talk about what makes a good producer.
Okay.
This actually comes from a question from Phil SP26,
Everybody
who
say hi,
asks,
Tim.
I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sharing what makes a good producer. What are you looking for? And advice for those who plan on heading into that role.
Yeah.
That is a very good question, Phil, because
True.
I'm always surprised at what people think they want in a producer, or even that they don't know what a producer is. The producer is...
I've met a lot of junior devs, so what makes a good producer, money? I've met a lot of people who don't know what a producer is on a team. But a producer, and I'll put my opinion out there, and we'll see if what he says. But in my opinion, a producer is a liaison and a enabler for the team. So they will help manage tasks. They will help communicate and facilitate meetings between departments to help further the goals of the game, especially with the game director or the publishers, or to help meet those end goals, so that the developers can focus on developing with as minimal barriers and roadblocks as possible, and the enablers, the drug dealer, exactly. And the the publishers and all that can focus on what they're doing. So the person in the middle is often, I see it as the producer, kind of getting up in everybody's shit and just making sure things are running well, there's no blockers, and if there is something, is it going to cause a delay? Do we need to communicate that delay? Do we need to trim something to prevent that delay? Just this like spider in the middle, building a web between all the departments and all the moving parts, and then helping to keep that task list in your manager, like Jira or something, just flowing freely and free of any issues. So we'll see what Tim says.
He's kind of at the top of the chain. Most people think the game director is, but in some ways the producer is, because they're handling everything that's going on and making sure it's getting done, and interfacing with the publisher, and interfacing with localization, interfacing with external
localization is
groups that are doing work. You may have, maybe you've externed some of your art. They're handling all that stuff. Even if they have assistant producers who are directly handling it, they're managing those people. So producers do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And you may think the answer I would give you is, I like a producer that does what I say. No,
that's not.
Producers need to be a little tough, because
I think we talked about this on some previous video of his, where I think it was with game directors or lead designers or something, and we talked about how producers and like a lead designer need to have this similar mentality of being tough and defensive and standing up for ideas, but also just then having that same ability kind of conversely of being able to be like, okay, nope, my idea's bad, let's go with yours. So it's this weird dichotomy, and you do often have a lot of fights with your producer as a lead game designer, in my opinion. Not like negative fights, but fights with game designers trying to stand up for, like pillars, producers trying to stand up for, what the publisher needs, and you find a compromise. So it's two big heads battling, two kind of type A personalities, but in the end, you usually find a good compromise to make the game good and meet everybody's expectations.
Because they work with all kinds of different people, and they're the ones who often put their foot down and say, this has to be done, or it won't go into the game. Yeah, the game director does that a lot, but sometimes the producer is the one that even has to tell the game director, you're out of time, you're out of money, or that person isn't available anymore. They're moving on to something else. So either you're happy with that feature, or we're cutting that feature. Decide. So if you don't think you could do that, you may not be a good producer. But I'm going to walk through, I think, 5 things a producer has to be good at, just to number them.
He's so right, though, about this.
The first one may seem obvious. I'm going to say good communication.
Yep.
But let me tell you how hard that is in game development. You have to have good communication skills, even with people who don't have good communication skills. There's a lot of naturally introverted people in the game industry, and
I think I've talked about this before too. That I've worked with a lot of people on the spectrum, and it's really difficult. Like it's nearly impossible, maybe, or I just don't do it very well. I have a lot of growing to do with my communication skills, and there's so many different introvert discrimination. Well, like you said, there's a lot of introverts. There's a lot of people with just unique personality traits, let's put it, in the team, and you need to find the best way to communicate with them. And then, especially for a producer, right, that maybe designers won't have to deal with, you have to talk with publishers too. You have to go to the other realm and talk with business people, external, QA, or like you said, external art teams. Make a team that works. It's like step 0. Yeah. I mean, there's so much necessity, in my opinion, on making a good team that is good at communicating, good at having the same, like culture and values. And a lot of companies don't do that because, especially if they don't have a lot of money, they're just going to hire whatever they can get. But it's a quick way to destroy and erode the culture of your team. And then you just have this mess, right? So I think that I hire for values first before skill. And it doesn't mean that skill isn't important, but that I want people who, even if they aren't the top of their class, meet the values and the goals that we have as a company. And then they can learn from there, right? That's more important to me because that's building a team for the long term as opposed to building it for the short term. Skill you can catch up, personality not so much. Yeah, exactly. And I've worked with a lot of people, and even to some extent, I myself have been a counterculture leader in a company. This at one of my jobs, it was very, I would say it was not anti-consumer, but it certainly wasn't pro-consumer. It was pro whatever gets us making as much money as possible, because then theoretically we could become the company we want to in the future. I don't think the ends justify the means personally, so I was kind of pushing against this. But that would make me counter to that company's culture. And, case in point, now here I am, not working there anymore. But, with Microraptor, I think we're going to be trying to build, like I said, for culture first, for personality, and let people learn. I want to enable people to learn, to take the time to grow themselves. Because I think that ultimately employees are investments in your company. And if your investments aren't growing, then your company isn't growing. So if you don't ever give people time to learn, time to grow, or challenge them in meaningful ways, they're going to stay the same. They're not going to learn at a very fast rate, and they will be very quickly outpaced by peers in their field. Employees are people too. I mean, and I would say most people want to learn, want to grow, and especially in game dev, this is a very cutthroat industry to some extent. People want to be better, they want to challenge themselves, and if you're not enabling that, then they'll feel stagnant. And really, it's like if your team isn't growing, your games aren't getting better. So yeah, you can force them to work harder and get this build out 1 week earlier, or you can just tell them, hey, take a breather. Let's wait on that. Let's take today. Today is our fun day, and let's just play some games and let's talk about them. And little days like that are both good for just team building, but they're also good for analyzing like competition, right? So if we're making this alchemy game, maybe we, as a team, we take a day to play our competition or our inspiration, and we analyze what makes that tick, what is the most fun aspects to us, and what could we be doing better at our game that this game, is doing. So things like that. I got off track, but let's get back to it. What were you saying, Tim?
Skills, even with people who don't have good
communication
skills.
Yeah.
There's a lot of naturally introverted people in the game industry.
True.
And you will have to learn to deal with all the different flavors of introversion that come. You will run into people, and these are people I've run into myself, who never want you to come in and talk to them. They want you to email them. Yeah. Or they want you to Slack them. Or they want you to Slack them to get a time to come and talk to them. Or they only want you to come in and talk to them during certain hours of the day. Or they want you to only talk to them if you look on their desk and they don't have a little thing hanging on their monitor. But if that thing's hanging on the monitor, that means don't come in and bother me. Even if they sometimes forget to take that little thing off their monitor. So all day you don't talk to them because they've had that thing on the monitor. You just have to figure out how to work with all these people. And you may think some of this is just, people are just getting so full of themselves and, you have to accommodate me. I don't need to accommodate you. But it's not. There's some of that, but it's not all that.
Yeah, I think there's.
I'll give you an
Hold on, I'll pause Tim at a favorable position. I think that sometimes there does need to be some upheld rules to the communication in a company, right? Like, this is a company. You can't be expected to operate exactly the way you want at all times. There does need to be some facilitation of good communication standards. But he is right that there are specific things where some people just don't like to be disturbed when they're deep in focus on a project or on something, right? Like writing some code or writing up a document. Understandable. I was a type of people who, you can tell me whatever you want you can send me a message while I'm at lunch, but do not schedule any call over lunch, because I will not do it. I will not answer. I'm going to lunch, I'm eating, and then I will come back and we can talk. But you can still send me a message. I'll just respond to it when I get the time after lunch. So, yeah.
Example, I've talked about how when I program, I often have this big structure I'm building in my head, and I'm thinking about the structure, and I'm typing in, and I'm doing an algorithm, and I may not be typing continuously. I may go type.
But you're focused.
Type. I've had people they wait for me to finish typing, and then they jump in with their question. The problem with that is it just caused that structure to break down. And it may take me 15 minutes to get back into that mode. That's the origin of why I started putting a comment, ZZZ, in my code. And then I realized whenever I got interrupted, and I put a ZZZ, later I'd find bugs around. Bugs were always within a few lines of a ZZZ. So it's not necessarily, it's a personality type, it's the work I'm doing.
Yep.
When I'm designing, you can probably interrupt me. If I'm programming, I prefer you not. But it's on me to let people know when and how they can come ask me questions. I can't just say, never come talk to me. You have to work out a system that works for you. And a producer is often the person you work that system out with. So,
I mean, that whole, I do that on stream, right? Where I'm working in some blueprints, and then I talk to you guys. And it's not that I can't talk to you guys, but I talk to you guys, and then I come back, and it's like, shit, what was I doing? And it's the same thing with my design, right? Where if I'm really deep in thought about I'm playing over a system in my mind over and over and over and over. I'm rigorously testing it as if the game was real, right? Because I have a pretty good imagination, which is nice. And it doesn't look like I'm doing anything. I could just be sitting there staring at my monitor or staring at a wall. Or even sitting outside and just away from screens, right? And people may think, oh, he's not working. Oh, he's just slacking off. It's like, no, I'm really trying to nail down this system so that when I can put it on paper, I know what the ABC is supposed to be of this feature, of the gameplay experience. But people who aren't creatives, especially like, usually like management, if they're not gamers themselves or game devs, they won't understand this. They will just think that designers are not working when a lot of it is just creative thought and brainstorming and running through processes in your mind over and over and over, rigorously testing them.
Number one, a producer has to be a good communicator.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, you'll be communicating with not just devs, but with publishers, with press, with management at the company. You will be dealing with a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of roles, and you've got to be good at all of it because you're a producer.
Yep.
If that's what you want to do, that's what you're going to do. So that's the first one. Good communication is the first one. The second one is being organized. More than probably anyone else on the team, you have to be highly organized because game development these days, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of half-finished things going into the game. Some because they've been asked, hey, put in what you've got. We can at least use it until it gets textured. Sometimes half-finished things go in because they literally want to test it. Hey, we've got it to a testable state. It's not done, but we can see how it works. You've got to track that. It's in the game, but not completed.
And you have to you have to track. You have to know that, because if you just forget about that, and something half-baked goes into a live build, or you push something into the live build, the players aren't supposed to know that it's there. Trust me, these days, especially if your game is really popular, people will go down into the source code, either because they're interested, because they like doing that, or they want to find things like this. It will be found out. It will be found out. We see leaks like this every, month or so of some game in their source files. There's some unfinished thing, and then it starts a big controversy. Even people hacking in stratagems in Helldivers 2, and they're unfinished. It just, yeah.
Meanwhile, you have to track all the things that are in pipelines that are partially completed. And because these days, any particular feature or even asset that goes in the game isn't done by one person, you got to track that, and you got to know where everything is. And you have to know when you're approaching some kind of deadline, not a deadline set by a director or a deadline set by a publisher, a deadline that you yourself has realized is happening, because if something isn't taken to a certain completion state in time for someone else to take over and do this,
it's
and
not
then someone else to take over and do their thing, you won't be done in time for a deadline that's months off.
Yep.
So it seems weird that you're going to someone going, you have to be done Friday.
And this is one of the things that people don't realize, like, why are games getting delayed? Why don't they just move the dates? It's like you said, there's so many moving parts. There's so many times where you just don't know how little bits of debt stack up, penny after penny, and they snowball. And especially even the best producers can't fully predict it, right? Even though the decades-long veterans of production can't fully predict it all the time, but especially newer producers or just teams that are poorly managed, this snowballs and snowballs and snowballs until you have, often at the worst time, you realize, oh shit, we aren't going to be ready for another month, and our release date is next week. So, what happens? Well, a month from that week, there's this big game coming out that's competition to ours. Well, we can't release around that time, or it's the Steam winter sale, and we're not going to get any visibility on the main page because Valve, shows all the winter stuff. So, do we delay it? Do we, add in another, let's say, 2 months of cost, or 3 months even, a quarter of a year? How do we ask for that? Is a publisher going to allow that? Do we have physical copies that are being ready now? Do we need to store them in some storage unit for, hundreds of thousands of physical copies maybe for another 3 months, which is extremely expensive? Now our marketing campaign is useless because we marketed for this release date, and if we have to push it again, there's all this snowballing leads into this massive accruement of debt and money that just gets thrown into the wind if you need to delay. It's a very difficult decision, very difficult, and yeah, and that's why games are like they are today. It's usually just much cheaper to release it and fix it than it is to delay it and release it when it's fixed, sadly.
Deadline for this thing may be next month. And it's because there's a lot of people who need to use that feature or that asset after that person. And you're the one who knows it. You can't expect everyone working on it to know that. But the producer has to know it. They have to be the most organized person on the project. So that's the second thing. The third thing is they do have to be knowledgeable on game dev. I've met some producers who don't think that's true and have said things like, well, we might as well be making shoes. No. You need to know how game dev works. And I'll give you an example. Making 3D assets in today's games, first it's modeled. This is what 3D pipeline is. First it's modeled. Bunch of polygons shaped in a 3D software package. Then it's textured. Then it's rigged, which means bones are added if needed. And then it's animated. At each one of those stages, a lot of design has to be known.
Concept art.
The modeler has to know what it's.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, you're not wrong. I would say that first it would be concept. I mean, for the most part, it depends, because like he was talking about rigged, so skeletons. So it's like, okay, if I have a character, yes, I would want concept art. If it's just like it's not always concept art, but I would say it is having references too. I would want concept art for a character. I wouldn't necessarily want concept art for a box. Like, if anything, I would just get some references. So it's like there's two sides to this. Is like, are you doing like a character or something, or a scene?
How big it's supposed to be and roughly.
But I think generally he's just not necessarily trying to get the pipeline accurate, but more trying to explain how it fits into a producer's role. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Plus, I don't think he scripts these, so
shaped like
is what it is.
Well, exactly shaped. And then the texturer needs to know, well, what is it supposed to look like, and what environments is it in, and is it supposed to stand out, or is it supposed to blend in? And then the rigger needs to know what parts of it need to move. Does it need to? You might have a creature that doesn't need to be rigged around its face as much as a person, because it's not expected to make expressions. And then you have something else that's like, no, I want this to be highly expressionable. And then finally, you have an animator who needs to know, who gets all these things and needs to know what animations are needed, because maybe this thing doesn't have a death animation; it's never going to be attacked. Or maybe it needs multiple death animations depending on what damage type is used to kill it. All these things have to be known by the time they get to that stage in the 3D pipeline. But here's a kicker. Can any of those things be done at the same time? Once the model's done, can the one person texture it while another person rigs it?
No.
Producer needs to know that, because you need to know, if you look on a schedule and you see rigging and texturing happening on the same model at the same time, that if that's possible. And if not, you're the one who brings up, hey, I think this is a problem. Now, yes, the lead artist or your art director should have caught that too.
Yeah.
But the producer is ultimately the one who makes and manages the schedule. They need to know that.
Yeah, and so this is one of the reasons why I often say that game designers often move to one of two pathways, right? They move up towards the design pathway, which will lead them to like a lead game designer or game director, or they split off and go to like a production role, because there's a lot of overlap in this shared pool of knowledge between designers and producers. So as a designer, the more that I know about everybody else's work, the better I can design and prepare my designs for different teams or understand how much time it takes them to make these things. So that, a lot of juniors will be like, oh, I have this idea, and it is genuinely a great idea for the game, but they aren't aware of just how much work goes into the process of making that. Even when I say with Cauldron Chronicles, hey, we're going to have, these voice acted and, motion captured NPCs coming into your hut and talking to you, I at least, I can understand maybe not the finer details of all the work that goes into this, but I do know a lot of the amount of work that goes into all of this and just how much money and time that is for even just one NPC. So it's a great idea, but you have to understand how much work goes into that pipeline. And I think that's one of the things that makes a lot of designers move over into production. It's because they may not feel like they want to do crazy amounts of low-level design anymore, but they do like the management of it, the scheduling, the communication with teams. It's a natural fit for designers. And he's right. I would never, in my opinion, I would never work with a producer who wasn't previously in some kind of game dev position. And I've worked with a producer who was previously a designer. I've worked with a producer who was previously QA. And I've enjoyed both of these people immensely in that position of producer. And I've worked with producers who weren't in game dev at all before. And yeah, I didn't like it.
Knowledgeable on game dev is number 3. The fourth one is being proactive. I have a whole video on how people should be proactive, but wow, is that important for a producer? You shouldn't wait for problems to happen.
Yep.
You should look ahead in the schedule. Look for choke points.
Oh my God,
look for things that are being planned to be done.
Tim, I'm sorry, I got to pause you again, because it just reminds me. I once had a boss who, I think he really hated that I was just look for problems. Exactly. It's kind of like that. I think he always seemed to dislike me because I would just come to him with problems that were potential red flags like months away. And it's because of this specific thing, is that I know the design of the game. I know what it's leading to. I know that if we fail to deliver on this, the community is going to have this response. And we need to prepare for that, or we need to try and make a fix now, make a quick diversion. Scrap this thing that isn't very important, add this thing that is, and we can avoid this problem altogether. But he's right, you just need to be proactive, you need to fix that. And I think this leads into his previous point too, where, if you're a game developer, you can see a lot of these problems ahead of time. And then that leads into the first point that he made about communication, where if you're not communicating with your team and you can't spot their body language or warning signals, you're not going to catch these ahead of time. Some work culture, especially in corporate, hate problem finders. Yeah, because if you don't know there's a problem, then there isn't a problem, right? I don't know, maybe they feel more comfortable dealing with problems when they occur, rather than always being stressed about problems that may or may not occur. But I think finding those red flags ahead of time is important, and it can save a lot of time and worry down the road, especially if the problems don't occur at all. Well, yeah, that is absolutely the case. Though I think that they mistake the problem finder for the person who is causing problems, and they don't realize that a lot of the times the problems are caused by the process. And instead of fixing the process, they just patch the problem. And I'm always somebody who, I'm gonna bitch and complain about problems, but overall I want to fix the process. And I know it's more work, right? It's like maybe 50% more work to fix the process in this case. But guess what? If we fix that, we will never have this problem again. Never. It's human nature to associate the problem with the person. Maybe. Yeah, I can see that.
But oh no, this thing that was being planned is by a person who's on vacation then, or this person's out on leave then.
Okay, but the vacation thing, I think that's a little bit different. So one of the worst things you can do in game dev is you have like hyper specialized people, right? people, the one person on the team who does the animations, they know what they're doing, right? Or maybe there's only one person on the team who knows how to specifically do this type of animation. That's fucking dangerous. And what you need to do is have a company culture that is open to sharing the knowledge and teaching others on the team how to do certain things and how to handle certain pipelines. It's why it's important that like a lead of a team helps to spread knowledge of how to manage, how to handle the pipelines and work on certain tasks so that they can go on vacation and rest when they need to, because everybody needs to, and be sure that their team is going to be okay moving forward with, even if they need to set up some tasks ahead of time, like two weeks of tasks for a longer vacation, or even 1 week of tasks, to just work on that autonomously without needing the lead there. And sometimes even the producer needs to then come in and kind of be like acting lead for that time. They may not know how to specialize with the problem solving, but they can at least say, okay, well, let's hold off on that task. Let's move this task in, and we'll wait for him to be back to solve this one. It's not a blocker to anyone else, so we'll wait. If Floofy Dragons.
Or this person just quit, and you checked your schedule, and it's like, uh-oh, next month you were planning to use them to do this asset.
Yeah.
You don't wait to get to the point where that person is needed and then go, oops, I guess we don't do that. You're constantly checking the schedule. You're constantly looking for things
Production is
that
very
can be a
stressful.
problem and trying to take care of it early enough.
Yep.
The time to look for someone to replace someone who's quitting isn't when you realize there's an asset you needed for your game from them. It's way earlier than that. It's early enough to do it, put out a job notice, get people applying, run through interviews, set a hire date, get them on board, get them up to speed. I mean, it could be months. So, yes, proactive is super important for producers. And then finally, deadlines. Producers have to be really good at deadlines. They have to be good at figuring them out, and they have to be good at enforcing them. And this means the producer, and this goes back to communication, they'll be looking at deadlines that publishers set, because here's how much money you have, or here's when we expect to have a demo, or here's when we want to see a vertical slice. You will have deadlines set by press. Hey, press is coming in, and they're going to want to see a walkthrough. So the game has to be stable, and we have to have a region where we can do a walkthrough, and we can show off several features in the game that I've met with the game director, and these are the features we're showing off at the press. So here's a new deadline for everybody. Localization imposes a lot of deadlines. If you're going to be localizing, translating text in the game to different languages, that stuff should be locked. If narrative designers are still writing dialogues, or they haven't figured out how a quest is going to end, so they're going to add stuff, or they're still playtesting an area, and you've decided, well, let's move this object from this area to this area, which changes what people say. Instead of them telling you to go north or telling you to go south, that should be done before localization begins. That's an internal deadline that nobody will impose on you, but a producer is expected to figure out and set. So, good at making, setting, and enforcing deadlines is number 5.
That was one of the areas where I really enjoyed working with the QA guy who turned producer, because there was a lot of communication already happening between localization teams and QA. So him moving into this role, he had a lot of experience and knowledge of the pipeline that he could bring over to production. And I think he was really good at enforcing and making sure that techs and QA were, flowing like this with the localization teams. So, yeah.
I think
Small
if
note.
you think you'll be good at those 5, you'd be a good producer. Of course, a good way of figuring that out is to go to a company and be an assistant producer.
Yeah.
Now, assistant producers, sometimes they're hired. Sometimes they come from other disciplines. That's why a lot of things on here, good communication, organization, knowledgeable on game dev. If you were a QA person or an artist and you decide, I think I want to do production, great. I've met some great producers who came from programming or design or other disciplines. But a lot of them I met wanted to be a producer from the very beginning because they were good at organization and communication. That's a good first step. Just don't forget the other 3 things. So I hope, Phil SP, this answers your question.
Thanks, Tim. I enjoyed it. I agree. Yeah, that was great. Another great video from Tim. I think it'd work out too. Man, I don't think I'm organized enough. You can do it. Just go Waterscope Team Lead. Here's the link, guys, if you want. Just, if you're in game dev, and I think Tim makes great videos. He's obviously very knowledgeable. So, check out the video yourself, and you can give him a like and a subscribe. We like this video. This video's good. Let's jump into our Blue Dick Boy project. Okay, we have a week of just polishing. I would say equal parts polishing and tutorializing, so I want to kind of analyze as best I can, and it's not going to be perfect, but from like a new player perspective of jumping into my project, what it's going to feel like and where the pain points are. Not going to be great, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll do my best. It's always, you're always working with like tunnel vision when you're trying to tutorialize your own project, right? And inevitably you need game testers for this. People to just come in, test out what you've tutorialized, and say, no, this is not good enough. I think number one of the things I could do is, let's see. I wonder if there's anything that players could make just from the... Let's see. I'm thinking I could do maybe like a pick 5 ingredients kind of thing. Or pick these ingredients specifically, just maybe like a small little set of objectives for the player when they jump in. I could throw in, some arrows above these ingredients or whatever. Say, hey, pick these ingredients. Go in here, make a potion. Well, I want to make it streamlined for sure, make it simple. Game starts can be overwhelming, yeah. I think primarily the only things that I need to teach the player necessarily are, these are ingredients, you grab them, you press a button on them to collect them. They go into your inventory automatically. And some tutorialization absolutely is necessary for the potion making. We could use the upper left, like, what we do for the commission window, we use the upper left to help with that. Maybe just a small, very, very, very simple objectives of pick some ingredients, go into your hut, interact with the potion table, or the alchemy table, and, add, press Q to move over to the ingredient shelf. Right click on a jar, and then you can add ingredient to table, press E to go back to the table. Maybe just something like that. I think once players kind of learn, I also want to add in the contextual controls that we have in our main map. I can show you what I mean. I don't know how many people were here for that. It was pretty early on. But for this one, we had, in the bottom right, you guys can maybe see it, but we had contextual controls based on what the player was doing, which state the player was in. Like R and B, zoom in on jar, Q and E to switch stations, RMB zoom in on ingredient or processing box. I think that worked. Maybe I could make that, yeah, I think at least starting with some contextual tool tips would be helpful. Because at least then the player can just take the time to figure things out, input by input. My eyes are really dry today. Well, let me use some Krople Ocho. Shit, I don't think that helped. It's like something in my eye on my contact lens or something. The opening game dev, yeah. I think there's just some like dust or something. Well, I have these. I'll use these. Try to clean it just a sec. Throw it back in. Otherwise, they're just gonna be bothering me all day, you know? Did I get it? Can't tell. Shit! I don't think I got it. I'm crying, guys. I just remembered the end of Red Dead Redemption 2. It's so sad. Fuck. Damn it. Are you serious? I don't think I got it. Fuck it, whatever. Damn it. Eye drops all over. Fuck me. Okay. What was I doing? And Pacific Driver's Wild, you're doing fine in just one thing. Spouse in, yeah, it does. It's like, corrosive waterways. Yeah, but the zone's closing in and I need to get this energy and there's a waterway in between me. So, here we go. You're just looking over at your car parts. It's like light blue, dark blue, yellow. It's like, great. And this still isn't the last zone that we need to go to. And I have no chemicals, so I have nothing to repair it with. I really need to start bringing chemicals with me on drives. Chemicals really sparse? Yeah, they are. I found, I only know you can, okay, so I only know so far I can get them in like random loot, right, of course, but mainly in the chemical cabinets. And I know that breaking down like the toxic bunnies sometimes usually gives me like one chemical. So, but I don't know of any other way to farm it. Matthew, thank you for the raid of 7 people. Welcome. I don't know why my Faded Vibin, thank you for the... Oh wait, I know why. Hold on. Guys, don't follow. Hold on. Don't follow. Don't do it. Okay, now you can. My OBS is open on my screen. Damn it. Ruined. Welcome, guys. Now you can follow, because now you'll get a notification for it. Hold on, I'll replay it. Here's for the raid. Destroy them! This is you guys raiding. Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for the follow. Raised by humans. Lazy fangs, yeah, damn you. Good morning, I finished early stream because I have to head off to uni, so I wanted to spread my love. Well, thank you so much for spreading your love to the Microraptor.
Hello.
Hello. And who else did I miss? I missed Faded Vibing. Here's your, here you go. Damn, we get back to back. Back to back, hello. Love it. Thank you guys so much for raiding, and thank you for following. Finished an early stream. Were you what were you doing today?
Hello.
Okay, I want to make that tooltip when the player walks near a ingredient. I'm gonna some more additions to my biome. Oh shit, what kind of additions? If you have the time, I know you said you have to head off to uni. Send some photos over? Okay, perfect. You can send them in stream too. I don't block links. The moment some OnlyFans girl comes in and starts sharing her links in here, then I'll start blocking links. But for now, people have been very good about it. Except for Lazy Fangs, who tried to rickroll me, but I knew what it was. I knew it. Okay, screen looks like that. See, that's your screen. It's nice and pretty. It's cut off. And I want to have the crosshair, and then we want to do the name of the plant, and then I think the effects, like over here, right? Something like that. Just while you're hovering over. Or when an OnlyFans model shares her stuff, don't block it. It depends. It depends if she's actually good looking or not. I have different tastes than usual people. People think like Caitlyn or who is it? Is it Caitlyn? Who is it? Caitlyn? Not Caitlyn. Who's the other one? Who are people? Who do people think are hot? I don't think it's Caitlyn Jenner. Hot take. UI tooltips. These are like. These are not the tooltips I want. I want like in world tooltips. Ooh. I love the stylization that you do. Or at least the assets that you have, right? That just feels good. It feels natural. Man, dude, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of all like the micro the micro details that you give to stuff, especially like underwater. It just adds so much flavor to the scene. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, oh, look at my water. It looks great, guys. And then you go under, it's like, it's just, look, I have a rock underwater. It's so bad. It's so bad. No, this is looking great. Is this gonna be like where your player starts? Or are you just making a scene for, folks who need it later? My link? Scene for a mini boss. Wait, like a kraken? So is it gonna be like a water-based boss? Not used to the raid stuff. Don't judge me. Here, I can do a shout out to you. Go. Guys, go give him a follow. He's making these awesome scenes. He's putting me to shame, which is good because I need to be shamed. Yeah, the micro details in this scene are great. I'm excited to see more of it. Looks like we're going to have some pirate who killed her husband and ate him walking. Jesus, okay. I'm into it. I like it. This looks great though. Thank you for sharing that. Send 2 example shots that are part of the scene. Okay. Potion rewards. I think I'll just throw it in tooltips. Make a new folder in here. We'll do Gradient hover. WBP. Gradient hover tooltip. Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like the vibe. I almost feel like, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I almost feel like with add in like atmospheric fog, give a nice kind of like darkish blue lighting with some moon rays coming in from behind at nighttime, and ooh, this scene would be fucking creepy. Probably do get some of that with post-processing too. You can get some nice effects. That would be awesome. Get out of here, animations. I don't want animations right now. Do we want a crosshair? Do we want a crosshair? No, I don't want a crosshair. Yeah, one later. Let's see, where's my center? I just want to get a center on screen so I can see it. Morning, nice day for fishing? Yes, it is. Well, I mean, actually, it could be a pretty good day for fishing. What's up, man? Tomorrow I'll start working on my desert biome, going to be more wasteland, like similar to Fallout kind of vibes. I hope I can try and match the vibes of New Vegas, if you will, but our own take on it. Also, a tip for your own world, add some hills, will make it feel a lot bigger. I added some, so hold on, let me. You can give your some of your opinion on this. I can hide my. Where's my landscape? Or my foliage. Let me hide my foliage a sec. Foliage, instanced foliage actor. So there is like some micro hills in the, like some noise added to the ground. And then I have some hilly stuff here. It isn't much, admittedly, but it is a little bit, I guess. Exaggerate hills in a stylized setting, that's true. Need some mini hills. Those are hills that are not so large on the z-axis, but more so on the x and y. It's also, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to get player scale with this. They kind of are. I don't know. There isn't a lot of space, though, to do it with. But it is bigger than it looks, I think. You can also create one-sided cliff ramps with limestone faces. Sided cliff ramps. I'd say that my biggest mistake was that I didn't understand scale very well when making this, and so some things look too small, some things look too large. It's all over the place. So I also needed to do more layering for roads. Tip when looking at a road is grass, dirt, half broken cobble. We might do that. The thing is that this is just a prototype. Like, I don't want to go into too much detail because it's gonna all be replaced anyway. Yeah. Happens every time you prototype level design, the scale thing. Well, I certainly made that mistake. Yeah, I don't want to like make excuses for my shit, but well, that is nice. Yeah, I wish I had better landscape layers too. That does look nice though. And Skyrim's sometimes the landscape meshing of and blending of Skyrim is just really funny to me because it's so bad sometimes. So bad. You only do a level design with background and art. Hey, I would love it. I would love if I mean that's like one thing. We need two things. We need art. I need an art director and I need a producer. Like because these are the two things that I just can't do very well on my own. I want to focus on the design and the management of the business. I tried to do a little bit of level design, if you will, where I wanted like the main focuses for the player to be visible from where the player starts. So you have these ruins over out here. You have this red tree. You have this cave going back here. The tower. And then I think you can see the desert from here. Or maybe I put too many trees in the way. I try to do it. ESOs. Yeah, I don't know, I have like a love-hate feeling with ESO, because I think they do some things so well, and other things are just really, I don't know, it just feels like a generic MMO in all the worst ways sometimes. Like, they did such a good job with some aspects of the game, and others are just... like a step back for MMOs, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, the prototype level isn't perfect. Look, it is perfect. We have a cat. That is absolutely 100% a cat. There's nothing else this could be. That's why I personally focus on studying WoW stylized artwork for about 3 years. However, you quickly learn that they change their style based on expansion. Yeah, it happens. Nice cat, thank you. It is 100% a cat and nothing else. Yeah, look at this kind of amateur blending into a desert. Because I had some desert stylized assets and I wanted to showcase to publishers like, hey, this will have different biomes. Here's an example. So it is what it is. I actually like what I did with the desert the most. Height map and build off of that. That would be nice. The reason I wanted to sculpt it by hand is I had never made anything in I'd never done anything with landscape or foliage in Unreal before. So this was my first practice with both of those things. Desert blend is actually fine if you drop the vegetation earlier and switch the ambient light approaching it. That's a good idea. I think I did put oh no, I didn't put a post-processing around it. The grass does get like thinner. I used some like dry grass. I think it kind of works, but it's a very small level. So I have to blend like sooner. I think the terrain stuff that I did around this ruined village I think was much better. There's a lot of like micro detail in the things here, and I think this looks a lot better than some of my other areas. Especially in big studios and small, they now use third-party tools for landscape generation. Yeah, even Blizzard in their early days actually did texture maps, but then the landscape fully by hand with the texture already painted. One of the days of all PlayStation raw maps are hand done from everything. Yeah, you're probably right. Everybody's telling me to use like PCG as well. It's like, I like placing things by hand. I know it's a little bit longer, and especially for like prototype map with this being my size. Hold it, maybe I can show like what do I call it? Ingredients. I have walls here. What did I call them? Alchemy, blueprints, oh, barriers, that's right. Why can't I select anything? Game, what did you do? Oob. Visible. So this is the barrier for my level. Something small, but I think it'll help illustrate to publishers what the game is going for, and then all this is going to be scrapped, and a whole new level will be made. So this is just for a prototype. I hate PCG and removes you from being able to do Easter eggs. Just makes the role more bland. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, I think that there are uses for it, and I understand that there is a lot of control you can have over it, but I want to place ingredients by hand so that I can design specifically where things are, and I can place things in a way that feels more personal, as opposed to, I don't know. For me, I don't like it. I don't like it. Gives me the wrong vibes. Now for items like random seeds in the ground, I'd be using that because I don't want to place thousands. yeah. No, that makes sense. I think it's really good for cluttering, maybe too. PCG has these uses, but I like doing stylized stuff by hand. Yeah. I mean, this level only took us what you see here, and remember, this is my first time doing anything with landscape and anything with foliage. I think this took us 14 streams to do, about. I don't think it was more than 2 weeks of streams. So is it perfect? No. Is it functional? Yeah. You know, and I think it looks okay. We painted lots of little areas with ingredients and placed all of them by hand. Then I went through and made sure that there wasn't any clipping with like rocks and trees and stuff. Just a prototype. We can do it if we try. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I haven't really done any marketing for this or any push for it. Is just because this is just a prototype and it will be entirely scrapped. Actually, I don't need to do that. Okay, let's see. Size. I just want this in the middle so I know where the middle is. Not bad. I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah. Good luck for your uni stuff. It's crazy that you're working on things while being in uni. It's a lot of work. I respect the commitment. But yeah, see ya. Thank you for the raid, and thank you guys for the follows, and welcome new people. Hope you enjoy the stream. If you missed it earlier, we talked a little bit about the Sweet Baby Ink stuff, and I reacted to another Timothy Kane video about production, which is pretty cool. Today's focus for development, so I'm going to just be polishing and working on the tutorialization for the game. That's my goal. We have the gameplay loop, it is playable. I just want to fix any bugs that I find, polish it up, and make sure that players know what they're doing when they step into this for the first time. I don't think it's going to be too much work, but I want to just make that user experience better. Have you seen the asset bundle? Yeah, I did see that. I think I have one of those. I know that I bought the Best of Cinti. Let me check my Humble Bundle, because I own one of those. And I don't know if it's that one. Library. No, purchases. Let me search. Cinti. It's not that one. I have polygon assets. Wait, is this gonna show my... Well, is this gonna show anything that I don't want to be shown? No, that's fine. I have this one. This has a lot of stuff, a lot of polygon themed things. Like Megalopolis, City Pack. I know these are in Unity, but they'll work in Unreal too. What else do I have? It's nature and fantasy assets. Okay, I've already redeemed these, so it's not really like you can steal anything from these. Ultimate game dev assets. Again, these don't have... It's kind of hard to see these, but there's a lot of fantasy stuff in here, like fantasy stylized mega pack, open world. $180. Wonderful. I'm missing 2 bare bone, but I think some stuff, yeah, we can mix and match. Game dev icons, no. I swear I bought a Cinti back. Maybe I didn't. You know what? Maybe I think maybe Kotspur did. Maybe we do own that, but it isn't me that owns that. UE4 assets. Look. Sheets. Google. We have a list somewhere. I don't know. I'll have to look. I mean, you can distract me. It's fine. But yeah, I at least have some of this stuff too. We'll just see what we have more of. Town City Modular. Modular Town City could work. But some of this stuff would have to be breakable, and some things you can do with destructible meshes in Unreal. But I'm not sure how they would work or look. I mean, some of these rocks might look better, right? Let me see what a rock looks like if I break it. Art. I don't think they're in here. They are in Advanced Village Pack, Mesh. Where the fuck is it, actually? No, it's not that one. It's Dreamscape. Tower. Yeah, I use a lot of these rocks. And I imagine that these are things that would break pretty well. I'm not sure. Fracture, not brush underneath. Fracture. New. Great Geometry Collection. Preparing shaders. Uniform. Oh well, yeah, I really like I really like boulders like that. I agree. Can I turn off visualization of fracturing? You need some, yeah, we do have some AI already. I just gotta add the animals. I did do that, down here. This one does it. I do have one doing that. How do I break this thing? Can I just set its damage threshold? 1, 1, 1. Should break. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to do some more I have to get more experience with the breakable stuff with fractured meshes. I'm still learning how to do that stuff. Blue spinning rock over an underground lake. Someone's been rewatching Atlantis. Bonk. Bonk. Yeah, who the fuck knows how to do this shit? So much shit. Oh well. Okay. What do we want to do for this? We want to put the name. Let's center anchor it. Put ingredient name. Size to content. I put it 0 like this, and then I 0.5. That's the wrong one. It'll center. Hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. Negative 300. T, ingredient name. Is variable, yes, compile, save. Let me take a sip of water, pulls up Pepsi Max. It's hydrating. It doesn't say make me take a sip of water, it's hydrating. I'm hydrating, there's water in this. Look. Składniki, woda. I don't know which one. Canvas panel anchor center 0, 0, 0.5. Put it at 300. That's too much. I want it to be about equal over here. Try 90. Does say make me take a sip of water just to redeem it. Oh, does it? Redeem enough hydrates to make him drink the Pepsi fully, then he'll need to get water. Does it really say that? It's that's fucking not that. Channel points. Oh shit, you're getting a dog today, dude. Huge. Hydrate, edit. There, I've changed it to say Pepsi now. That's huge, dude. I want one text box, or do I want to do a rich text block? I'm gonna do a rich text block. In here. We won't do a vertical box, I'll just replace it with the child. And what I'll do is text style, rich text, compile, save. Rip my wallet. Didn't Bill Burr have a pretty funny bit about like rescue dogs? It's like, oh, I rescued him. Like, no, you just went down to the pound and you got a free dog. After work, I'm gonna go pick up the wee lad. Dude, that's awesome. That's exciting. Yeah, let me throw this up on the screen and we'll see what it looks like. I don't think I have a main HUD though for this map yet. Do we have a main HUD? Content Alchemy UI. I have Alchemy HUD. Ocean inventory. WBP. Game HUD. Gradient hover tooltip. Do. Got all my pets from shelters, same. Yeah, we always got our cats from a shelter. It was a no-kill shelter as well, so they would, look after the cats even if they got old. They wouldn't. I mean, they also had dogs too, right? So they wouldn't kill the animals if they got old. They would look after them and wait for somebody to hopefully get them home. It was always bittersweet visiting there. So I did some volunteer work there, and it was like, in one aspect, it's great being able to play with such happy animals, but at the other end, it's like some of them had just gone without a home for so long, and it's kind of fucking sad. They crave any little bit of attention they can get. They're always so happy to see you, and yeah. But it's kind of sad. There aren't enough homes, unfortunately, for all those animals out there. Or there are, and people just, don't know that they can take one. So, KTOZ works here in Poland. I hate being there. Makes me want to adopt all of them. Yeah. Yeah. But, I really appreciate the work that no-kill shelters do, and I think it's great. Give me a full-time student nurse working 4 times 12-hour shifts a week sometimes. Damn. Yeah, I was like, bro, and you didn't get a cat or something? Because, like... But hey, I don't know. I guess you can't bring the dog into hospital, right? Sad. Got a rescue kit a month ago from there. We were lucky enough to find a healthy kitten there. We led. Can't even be cats ready yet, Jesus. Why didn't you tell me that you had a kitten? Dude, I love cats. Now, yeah, big lunch breaks and my flatmates are always in, so we chillin'. Okay, that's good. Realized topic we were talking about. Classic. DM you a photo? Okay. You guys see me rubbing my eye today, by the way. I just have something in there, so ignore it. I can't get it out. Just can't get enough. Okay, game mod, ingredient hover tooltip. Let's make a function to build tooltip. Pink eye? It's not pink eye. Bruh, Vlad, can I share this on stream? Up to you. Gotta head out? Yeah, no worries, man. Really, I hope to see you tomorrow, and you can tell us about your dog, about your Doge. Cats are fucking cute. Aw. Okay, sure, share away. Okay, I'll pull them up. And look at some cats. You're a pretty lady? Me too. But yeah, hey, head out and hope to see you tomorrow, and you can tell me about the dog. I'm really excited. Orange Light is 2 years old. Black one is 5 months. His eye is fine already. Okay. Look at the kitties. Aww. Three pussies on stream, exactly. Did you, they get along so well. Did you get them at the same time? It's always worrisome with cats, right? It's always a gamble of are they gonna get along or not. Took about a week to adjust. That's pretty fucking lucky. That's pretty lucky. Sometimes you can go your whole life and, you know, 2 cats just won't get along. But that's great. The black one is clingy and orange finally relents and let him hug. Boy, did that for a week or so. That's amazing. I had a cat back in the US. He's still alive. I do miss him, but you know, I had to say my goodbyes, you know, moving over here, and he had a sibling that we rescued, like legitimately rescued in that case, and they do not get along. According to the small kitty, they get along well, but according to my cat, never gonna happen. Delusional. But yeah, my cat still, I don't know, I can maybe find a photo of him. Sometimes my mom sends photos. He's getting pretty old though. Oh, here's him in a bed. He's getting up there in age. It's kind of hard for me to look at pictures of him anymore, just because, you know, I had to say my goodbyes. Like, I'm just like, I don't know when I'm gonna see you next, man. But you've been there since I was a kid. Helped me through some tough times. Keep it real, bro. We got a kitten and we introduced it to our older cat. The resulting fight almost cost my mom an eye. Jesus Christ. They play fight every day now. I had one dog in my life. She lived to be 18 and my oldest cat went away at 16. Damn. Yeah. Animals. They're great. T. X. Box. We take this, we'll get ingredient struct. Break S ingredient. Break display. Get string. Like how basically make the tutorial like WASD? I don't think so. I don't think the people playing this will need that level of instruction. But I would at least like to tell them like, hey, pick up ingredients. Here's, you know, some basics of making potions. soon NPC is going to arrive and ask you for a commission. Be sure to like study what he says. No, I don't never know. I agree, I don't ever know, but I mean, if you're on my Discord, number one, if you know how to use a Discord, no, I don't know, maybe I'll just do that in like a little pop-up at the start of the game, like, hey, this is a WASD to move game. Space to jump. Well, that's what I mean, exactly. So this is only going to be posted on my Discord, so... How does Slam Rancher handle it? I don't know. I'd have to play that again. Like, this isn't going to be posted, I don't know, on like Steam or something. This is just going to be in the Discord to the people on my Discord. And if you want to play it, you have to be on my Discord. That's it. No other requirements, because that's where the download link will be. Are you not on my Discord? Public, you just go on there. I posted the last one in Cauldron Chronicles forum. You don't join Discords? Why not? Let's see. Get ingredient name, set text. Okay, that handles that. Barely take care of my own mental, keep track of more. I mean, you can do what I do. I just join into Discord, right click, and I just mute everything. Like, I'll check it when and if I have the time, but nothing more than that. But I keep like mentions on and stuff. Usually just like I keep it to either gain announcements and information, since a lot of developers will share stuff through there, like Pal World, or if I'm playing that game or I'm engaging in that, I have a quick access to like support or other players. I also do, I do game dev through that too. So like we do a lot of development stuff on here. And share like updates of our games and what's going on, or ask people for help. All your other servers I do have to have is art bot scams. I don't think you'll get that from us. Ingredient name. The effects box. We need the data. Should I just promote this to a local variable? Yes. Ingredient data. Hey, Senor Crackitty, how's the stream going? It's going well. How are you doing today? I think I have a possible math problem right now. What's the impossible math problem? I'm sure as hell not going to be the one to solve it, but I don't know, crazier things have happened. Okay, effects, let's see. For each, we're going to feature through this. I hate that I've now made feature into a term used on this channel. Please never let me near a dictionary. I'm trying to shoot something that's following a path with bullet, lead, and travel time. Are you trying to do... Explain it more. Explain the issue more. Good, just woke up, 2:50 a.m. here. 2:50 a.m. Oh, wee wah. That is early. We're gonna feature through this. We're gonna break, effect tier to Roman. need I need an ingredient info panel where we show things in different colors. I want to get the stuff I use for that. Build ingredient effects. Get effect type is positive. Select make slate color. Okay. Fell asleep at like 9 p.m. so I went to wake up early when I sleep early. You could have slept for a little bit longer though. I mean, okay, it's like 6 hours, so it's not terrible. Ship travels through space along a path. Simplest being a straight line, more complex being swerving or following a curve. You have a gun that needs to aim along that path and hit with a bullet that has a certain non-hit scan speed. You only have a solution that looks at the current speed vector, but that won't look for a path that constantly changes the vector. I mean, so it's non-hit scan. Couldn't it just fire an actual projectile and check if it hits? Even if the projectile is invisible? Maybe I'm not understanding it well. Body doesn't let me sleep longer, body's demands and it's starting to wake up. Yeah, like I get the same thing where my body just... I often will wake up moments before my alarm. But I'm pretty good at waking up on time. But if I needed to catch up on a lot of sleep, I'll still like wake up, but then just be like, yeah, fuck that. Effect type, select slate color. You at least need that. You shoot projectile that has its speed. You need to shoot where the thing will be, not where it is. We need to calculate how far along the path. Time-wise, you have to aim how long the bullet will travel. So it's not a like player. It's not up to like player agency, is what you're saying in your game, or your idea here. To aim properly along that path, like you know, if you're skeet shooting or something. Oh, okay, so you need the AI towers to determine that, is what you're saying. I'm gonna be watching your Pacific Drive VODs on YouTube. I'm enjoying your playthrough. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really glad that people are enjoying that. We've been getting quite a lot of views on those videos, so I want to continue with that. I don't want to speed through that game, you know, I don't want to like just finish up the main story. I'd like to, I just enjoy exploring and seeing everything the game has to offer, so I'll keep putting those up. Predictions. Yeah, it's a conundrum as you have to find a point on the path where the speed of the ship and the speed of the bullet end up making the bullet and ship cross path. Make sure to like every video. So you're the one liking it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. Lazy Fangs, your issue. You could, okay, so here's an idea, Lazy Fangs. I don't know if this is the proper way to do it or not, but when the tower chooses a target, you could have it almost like make a ghost version of that is a certain distance ahead of the actual target. And the tower will actually be aiming at that, even though it's selected the visible one as the target. I don't know, it's kind of hacky, maybe not the right way to do it, but it at least could work. I don't think it's the right way, but no, but that's what it would be. So you would have this ghost version of the actual target be moving ahead of the maybe I can draw it. So you have like tower defense path here, right? Whatever. Here is the actual target. Here is your tower. And when it locks onto that, it says this is my target. It's gonna spawn like a fake point ahead of it. And this could be determined based on the speed of the target along the path. And that could just be tested. So you could just determine, okay, if velocity is 2 or whatever, I don't know what units you're using, spawn it multiplied by this amount ahead of the unit. And then this target it chooses this as its target, but it aims at this target at this point. So it like launches, and then, when that's there, it'll hit. So, I don't know. It's kind of dumb, but I don't know if it's worth it. Back to ID. We need to get string on this. Sounds simple in 3, but it actually isn't. The bullet might not catch up with the enemy. Well, that's the thing, is it would just need to be tested whether or not the distance with the velocity works out. But I would at least start with like multiplying some constant by the velocity. This is true. That could be done with another variable of travel time. What does ChatGPT say? It's got to be like some physics thing, right? There's got to be some weird ass physics formula on Wikipedia that doesn't make sense to look at. But if you wanted to put the formula into the engine, it would be like, yep, it just works. ChatGPT actually failed this one. I already have a solution for constant speed. Okay. Formula is 50 long. Jesus Christ. It's got to be simpler than that. Like, you have tower defense games running on mobile devices. It's one of like the staple simple game ideas. There has to be something that every tower defense game does, right? Every tower defense game has some big lobbing tower. Yeah, but usually they don't predict. Usually they target one and they launch it, and the time that it takes to actually get there is just kind of a given, or you know what I mean? Like it's accepted in the tower defense community that a tower with travel time for its projectiles may not hit the actual thing that it's aiming at. But I guess it is weird when you think about it. That why doesn't it hit that thing? Yeah, I mean, you can always fake it too, right? Like visually it's one thing, but then performing the actual action is easy, right? Because let's say it takes 2 seconds for the projectile to hit. You would just trigger the launch, and then 2 seconds later you have the target with an impact. That's the easy. I guess the tough part is visually showing the projectile. How do you not know? Oh, I guess it is 3D. It's 3D tower defense, so you don't know how long. Well, you know speed and distance, so you can calculate time. But I guess distance in this case is relative to when it actually hits. So you would need to be like... There's got to be a formula for this. Yeah, that's true. If the movement vector was constant, yeah. Why are you making a tower defense game that's so difficult to develop? I'm just fucking with you, by the way. I don't know. I guess we know now why it's never been done the way you want to do it. It's always like that, right? Like, why has nobody thought of this before? And then you reach a certain point, you're like, I think this is the reason why nobody's done this before. Math problem too hard. Fuck it. Let's see. String. Text string set. I don't need to return the color if it's... Well, let me check the style sheet for this. Alchemy... Where did I put it? UI... Rich text. Green, red. But this isn't green, red. Just have to figure out how it's faked. Yeah. There is, if you want, the Unreal... Is it called the Unreal Slackers Discord still? Unreal Source now. So the Unreal Source Discord has a, where is it? The game math. General discussion for all things game math, so you can probably get some help in here. There are a ridiculous number of people in this. I know it's not Unreal, but it's still just math, right? You could just ask them. I don't know, there are a stupid number of people in this. It's really huge. I don't know, it was like a few thousands or something. That's at least one of the communities that I know is pretty large. That's possibly true too. So is it more like what are your inspirations for this? If you have a gun and it takes ages to hit a target and the target can evade really easily, is that a good gun? Not really. I mean, if it's an AoE, like a really big AoE or something, like I would be fair to it, right? How big do I want this text to be? What size is this? This is the default. Default is size 24. Effect positive 24. Negative. Wonder if there's any tower defense game like that that's open source. I have to give that some thought. Exolinear. That's negative. That's positive. Effect positive, 24, effect negative. That's the wrong panel. We don't want to fuck this up. Select. I want this to be a string. We'll need another append. Effect positive 24 is positive. Effect positive 24. Negative. Current index. Okay, we take the effect. We need to actually need to move this all down one. I need to do we'll do it like this. B is the string out space numeral ending. Okay, and then current index, we need to, if it's the first one, we need to do another select based on whether or not current index is greater than 0. If false, we just grab this directly. If true, we need to append, we need to get effect string, line break, and then append that. And math nodes. Math and data nodes are annoying. Much goddamn space. But it'll work. I think too what I'll do here is I will clear make literal text. We'll just set it to clear. Shouldn't be necessary, but it'll be fine. That'll be okay. Okay, get effect string. Set the text. String to text. Return. And now we need to trigger it, so this should be pretty easy. I hope. This could break some stuff, but we'll see. Foliage core collectible ingredient. This has the interactable collision, yes. Perfect. instead of setting the interaction text as visible, we want to... Well, do we call interaction text anywhere else? Yeah, we do with that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that. We can unhook this. Get all widgets of class. This is going to be the gradient hover tooltip. Get a copy, visibility, build tooltip, ingredient ID, plugin. Oops, don't do that. I'm gonna do the visibility afterwards. We can figure that. Theoretically, that should work. I don't know if it's gonna make me need to check out every single one of these. Doesn't seem like it. I think the last thing we need to do is just put it onto the screen. Yeah, I'll just do another sequence. Create widget. Game HUD. Add to viewport. I will make a default. No. I will make... this version of it default collapsed. Okay. And then I want to delete that that box. We don't need that. I would like this to be consistent though. I'm gonna make it... where's my outline? Kinda ugly. What color? Yeah, if I could do green. Make it look ugly. It's well, it's the logic is working. It's a start. How can I make that look better? Do I want to put like slightly opaque borders around them? The good thing is the logic is working. I suppose that's the important part. How it looks is just something we can fix over time. I'm sure this looks a million times better at nighttime, right? It's actually visible. The logic is working. The logic is working. Good old tuner's mechanic light radius. Like, what do you mean? Mr. President, wake up. Basically, here's a point light. I'm wondering if just wrapping these with a border and make this it helps. I could do the outline. I was worried that the outline would look shit. But I guess I could try it. Let me try that. I mean, the 0.5 is definitely better. Let's see. Can I give the whole text box an outline? Appearance, default text. I would have to go on the rich text. It helps. It definitely helps. I don't know if it looks better, but it is at least more visible. For the prototype, you just know them. That it won't be like that for the full game. We have a few ways of how we want to tackle that, but for prototype, you just know everything. I could move it, so I could move this like over here and just move all of this a little bit more to the right. I think maybe that's an option. I think that would just help. Okay, let's see. Order. Let's change this to a vertical box. Add this to the vertical box. Put it up. Put this border. Wait. Put padding on the bottom of 30, and let's move the vertical box right to... Try there first. Increase the opacity or the transparency? Inside. But I just set the speed really high so much so it's visible, but doesn't need many more fancy calculations. Whatever works. Whatever works. I'm sure all of the games you're taking inspiration from, they have some hacky solutions just like yours too. Okay, I'll try 0.75 on the backdrops. I'm also going to center, justify the text. And I'm gonna move it a little bit over still. Move it to 250. I'm not unhappy. I might change this to be white. No Rebel Galaxy? Sounds familiar. Okay, yes. Yep, okay, I recognize the logo. Yeah, I know this game. I didn't ever play it though. Do. I'm not unhappy with it. Are there any arcade game mechanics that you'd like to see a resurgence of? That's a really good question. Around 50 seconds on that. PlayStation. It looks more like the projectiles are homing in to the closest enemy near it within a certain radius. I think each of those projectiles probably just has a collision sphere around it. Well, actually, let me see that again. No, it's something different than that. I think it's doing a multi-line trace out towards that direction, getting a target that it hits, and now they're going to just follow a curve to meet that target. So I think it's just doing a line trace out there. Or a sphere trace. Unreal has the same thing. I can show it with Unreal terms. That's all I know. I think it's a multi, right? We do a multi-sphere trace, and it would just be like a big ol' sphere out into nothingness. This is the line. The sphere. Oh wait, I need a sphere radius. Radius. I think it's doing something like this, where it's sending out this kind of sphere trace. It's getting something along that line, and if it finds it, it'll curve to it. I think that's how it's working here. It's just a really long one, like I don't even know, something even longer than this. Like just like, and then if it finds it along this massive thing, it'll, yeah. Yeah, the bolts are cheating, well, yeah. It's basically aim assist for the player, right? So if it found a ship within this radius, it would launch it, and then the bolts would just curve straight to it. Yeah, it basically is just smart bullets. Fuck it! So many of them! Did I hit anything? I think I did. Yeah. Oh, was that fucking bitrate? Oops. Oopsies. I mean, the amount of grass on my level is probably turning this into a Minecraft stream. Rip rate. Exactly. So how do I feel about the tooltip? Let me think. You know what? Pretty good. Pretty good. I think it works. It's a good start. Yeah, I think it just works. It follows the same path as everything else in this game, which is functional over aesthetics. Which I would is the point of a prototype, right? To some extent. You stick with Roman numerals? For now, at least, I think so. I think they look better than numbers, in my opinion. It's at least nice to know what I'm looking at too, right? Cheating bolt's a lot lighter on the CPU, yeah it is. Don't need to use collisions, just keep looking at enemy, go forward, check distance, boom, yep. Yeah, I bet they just do a trace. I mean, it might be hated, but it does make it really easy for the players. Not a fan of spamming I. Either get a font with proper numerals or get a simple 3D. $3 graph, fill as many boxes as needed. It could be better. You know, there's something that could be better than that. True. I think you're just triggered because of somebody that we know who says a lot, so, you know. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. I really, yeah. Yeah, I know for sure one thing we want to do with the flavors is to go to a radar graph for the flavors. I could space them. Or give them some different font for the Roman numeral. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's a billion ways we can do it. They're much better with top and bottom. Yeah, okay, so the font could be better. I could replace the font. It's just the Roboto, you know, default Unreal font, right? Yeah, Serif font could look nice too. Ghetto Stoffel, thank you for the raid, man. And welcome. That's right, you fucking communists. Tanya, you get them. Welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. I could look at a different font. Let me see what fonts there are. The font. I'll use the font because there's a lot of free shit on here. Cat. Let's use Cat Boo. Bro-like. Let's see. Fancy. I want some basic. Basic serif. Let me type in, not my email. Thank you for doxing me. I mean, I already show my email a million times on stream. Regenerate mana. Do like VII. Do 7. One doesn't look terrible. This could look cool too. What kind of looks nice? I want to make sure to... I don't know what demo is. I don't know what demo is considered. I will select shareware. Yeah, we'll just do public domain, 100% free and free for personal use. There we go. Let's get these ones. A lot of them don't have very nice looking eyes. Like the aggressive flat serifs. These eyes don't really stick out. Travelast? Or is that one? Yeah, I like that one. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. It's just one. Let me install it. Content, alchemy. Yeah, that's true. We'll see how this looks. I think. Hold on, let me look up the UE5 style guide. I want to see what the naming convention is for fonts and font faces. Font underscore travel last. What about font face? Doesn't say anything. I'll just do FF. This is the only place that I use it, so let's select travel last. To make it equal in size, we should try 30 maybe. It is a little bit thin. At 32. I like the font, but it is a little thin. Not sure. This one's a bit thicker. It's Bohemian Soul. Or this Bogart. Let me try these two. That is a lot of that is a lot of font faces. Fonts. Travel last. Bogart. God, that's so many. It's so many. I certainly wouldn't need all of those. Let's put it that way. Where did my other one go? Bohemian Soul. Bohemian? Yeah, Bohemian Soul. There's so many pictures. You have to be a little careful too. A lot of times you'll find fonts that are actually free, up for money on some sites. So be really careful. Like research who actually developed the font, who created the font that you're wanting to, if you're wanting to buy one, because there are a lot of times where they are actually free or cheaper, and people upload them to try to make money. Font Bohemian Soul. Per letter spacing's a little bit low default. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. Hey Casper, how you doing today? It's thicker. Tired as always? Shit. Yeah, I know that. I had that last week. I'm doing a bit better this week. 10 hours of sleep isn't enough, Jesus. Sounds like a thyroid problem. Couple of good days. I don't like that font. Too big. Too beefy. The other one was too thin, and now this one's too beefy. Yeah, one more we can check. This Bogart. This one looks even beefier. This is a medium. I'll try it. Fonts. I'm just messing with font. Just trying some other ones out. Let me see. Let's try the medium. What is the difference between black? Oh, it's like really big. Font Bogart. Did you see the... Actually, I kind of like that font. It's probably a little bit too small at this size, but I do like the font. You see the people we have together for the other project we're working on? I set up a channel. I've probably been pretty busy though. I actually really like that. The font itself I really enjoy. Let me try the bold. Bookart bold, let's add a new font face. Wait, I forgot to change one thing. Saw channel, okay, perfect. Yeah, there's no rush. Wanted to make sure that you saw it. It's almost too beefy. I don't know. I don't dislike the font. I think the bold is a bit too beefy. But I don't have too much to work with. Well, I have a lot. It's like semi-bold. There's regular, medium, semi-bold, bold, and extra bold. So I suppose I do have quite a few that I can try out. Let's try the semi-bold. That looks a bit better, actually. Okay, I like that. That is a nice middle ground. It's gonna be weird that that's the only place where that font shows up, but I guess I can get players' opinions on that. I think it looks pretty decent. do. Okay. Well, that's one thing that I wanted to do is done. Is that tooltip. I could bring back the pop-up that I made for the other level. For this map. because I think it works. How much should these take up? There's not much space for fonts. Oh, Cuts, but have you seen some of the stuff they're working on for Unreal 5.4? Well, I think some of the things are for 5.4. I was wondering if you saw any of the things that they're working on for Unreal in the future. They have some. I was looking at this last night, and they had some pretty awesome stuff going on. Dynamic displacement for nanite, nanite spline meshes, virtual shadow maps, large world coordinates. They're doing a lot with rendering. I'm particularly interested in the orthographic rendering too. That's something that's been missing from Unreal. And it'd be pretty cool to see this in action. And then optimizing shader cook time is also really cool, and also the render parallelization. I think that's going to have a massive impact on game performance going forward. It's something that players aren't really going to see, but they're definitely going to feel. If somebody can properly parallelize tasks, this should be great. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what comes in Unreal 5.4. Hopefully some of these things. Modular control rig could be pretty cool as well. Skeletal editor. Wowie. But we'll see. We'll see what comes. There's a lot in the pipeline. SVG importer, finally. We're actually going to have a built-in SVG importer for Unreal. Wow. It's about time. This should be great though. This should help cut down on asset size, I imagine, considerably. And you know, like what's one of the biggest eaters of space on an Unreal game, like textures, right? And if you can turn this from a massive high-res texture into just an SVG, it should be great. Unity in China equals Unity in Nanite. Yeah, I did see that. I saw that. That was pretty funny and also really annoying that they have separate branches for different locales. There's a blog post about why vector graphics don't work well with games. Do they not? I mean, it would depend on the engine, right? Because some engines might do different things with the graphics. What about China Unity? Should we listen to the Stardew Valley soundtrack? That'd be fun. But they need to have different branches. Yeah, but then you're still just... You're still split. I don't know. I don't think it's a good decision from a business perspective. Or at least for the customers. Okay, what are we working on next? Let me close this for a second because I don't want to save. I just want to reset my changes with those. China have ability to just steal everything, so Unity in China is Unity that doesn't care about IP laws and can use unlicensed patented stuff. Probably that is why Unity can have Lumina Nanite in China. Is it exactly Lumina Nanite? Did they really just like splice it in? Same method of working. I mean, I'm sure that they were using the source code, right? Because Unreal is full source code available, so. I don't mean that they copied it, but that they built off of it to work with Unity. I wonder what the current usage of Unreal and Unity is now. Is there a way we can test that? Unreal market share. When was this from, though? This was somebody who did a Steam in r/game dev. This was 6 years ago, though. Be curious to see what it is in 2024. I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe Unity is going to be that high anymore. I could be wrong. This was about vector graphics. Where's the TLDR? GPU doesn't like it. I mean, but that could be handled by specific... I wonder if NVIDIA's done anything with it. When was this written? Okay, this this is just a little bit too deep for me. Meaning it's a lot too deep. This is old though, this is from 2006. NV path rendering. Because I think that if anybody was going to... Hey Bartosz, how you doing? I think if anybody was going to create some new software or, you know, update to drivers to handle this, whatever the fuck they do for NVIDIA, I feel like it would be NVIDIA that would come up with some way to do this. Classic. This is one thing that people don't often realize, but NVIDIA budget for R&D.
The toxic gossip train.
Bartekno just resubscribed for 4 months. Better.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. 4 months, goddamn. They keep going by. Yeah, this is like 12 years ago. There was GPU accelerated path rendering. But I wonder if anything's been done with that. You know what? I think I remember this coming out. I remember this. I think, looking at this exact video back when... pretty soon around when I got my 970. I don't know. I'll be curious to see what happens. Because, you know, NVIDIA chips now have so many little processors for different things. Because there's like the, just the detailed look and how, just the Pascal GP100, and you have, this is the stuff that my dad loves looking at. Crazy shit. How's progress going? It's going good. We added a tooltip for when you look at ingredients. It's kind of ugly, but it works. We're just working on that. Working on that and working on adding some more quality of life tutorialization. My thoughts are with the tutorial is maybe some like objective based system of, you know, pick up marked ingredients with E or something, and we mark, I don't know, just a few of the ingredients around here. We tell them like, hey, you know, an NPC is going to arrive at your hut soon looking for a potion. Feel free to explore for now, and you'll get a notification when he shows up. That's my thoughts, at least. Teach the player how to move, how to grab stuff, and then just tell them, go out and do it. Hmm. I wonder if I could do something on the parent, like mark it as is tutorial plant. Let's see, core. No, it's in foliage, core, collectible ingredient. Barto, should we play in Last Epoch? Again? Ever? Because I don't hiccup. Is screen space scaled? Yes, let's do it. Maybe I played it for like an hour yesterday, but I got lost in this game. You got lost? What do you mean? How did you get lost? You have no idea what you're doing? It's an RPG, you just kill shit. You go to the next area, you kill more shit. What do you mean you got lost? Aren't screen space scaled? Do 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 do. Those are definitely not screen space scaled. Treat as a sprite. That is still not screen space scaled. Well, we can play more, and I'll get you on track. My minions will guide you. Yeah, that's fine. You can just let me know. Let's see, tilt text. think what we'll do is construction script, bit of text height, gradient. I'll change text height to arrow height. Let's see, arrow size, let's make 4. A very thick arrow. B is tutorial gradient. Viewport construction script. Get set visibility. Okay. Need to make that instance editable. Arrow height is 80. It's pretty big, but it works. I'll set it to 3. Before is pretty good, but it's too long. 4 and 50 default. We'll make the arrow height 450 by default. We could probably remove tilt text, we don't use that. So we'll make like 5 ingredients like this, and when they're harvested once, it will, you know, get rid of the arrow and count towards progression of that. We'll do like picked up the marked ingredients with E. We'll then do explore and discover 10 different ingredient types while waiting for the NPC to arrive. Like talk with the NPC with E. And we'll think about how we want to do the potion tutorialization after that. That'll be a whole different ball game. Yeah, this is a separate one. A tree with hive. I can't modify the defaults of that. Fine, we'll make the I'd always place another one. Or maybe those 3 are fine. Because the player's going to start, these are the first things they're going to see are these. And I think they stick out quite a bit. Obviously going to be very visible at night too. I didn't know the arrows were emissive. Huh. Kinda cool. Well, it'll be hard to miss them then. Just like 5 ruined. That's cool, the rain particles can get lit up. Really nice. Nice feature. Okay, we need to test, we need to see if they've been collected at least once. B has been collected once. Set. Well, we'll do a simple, I'll just do this quickly. Has been collected once. And we'll quickly tell the arrow to fuck off. We can put logic there to tell probably the game instance to update the objective counter. Takes a while to compile because there are so many of them in the world. And it's updating them each time, but it's fine. Ingredients collected. Increment. We'll do if it is a tutorial ingredient. And we'll switch these. Okay, I think this works. Let me test it out. Let's print tick. Is there no event tick in... there isn't event tick in game instance. Okay, that's fine. Then I will throw it in the player for the moment. Where's my tick? Get game instance, GI alchemy, file, get ingredients collected, print string, don't print a log. Should go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You shouldn't get any more. Nope. Okay, very basic, but it works. We can at least now store that data and we can do the first kind of objective. Let's see. We're just gonna hard code these objectives as much as we can. That's our goal. VP objectives widget. Let's see, let's make this as simple as we can. Border. We'll do a width override, but no height override. That way it maintains the same width, but the height can adjust based on the content. Tutorial. Image, not a variable. 2. Adding left, let's do 5, top and bottom. Ten left and right. Content, alchemy, data, new folder, tutorial, tutorial stages. This, by the way, is not the proper way to make a tutorial, but it will be the way that we make our tutorial in the prototype, because it's quick and it's easy. Select first ingredients. I'm literally going to take the text in here. There's gonna be a text box underneath, which will be the objective text, and it's just going to change the text based on the stage that we're in. It's gonna be really simple. Just gonna grab the stage from the game instance, grab any of the data from the game instance that we need to test, and then just update that. It's gonna be really simple, really hard coded. It'll be a little flexible. It'll be a little flexible, but it'll still be very hard coded. But it should work. I don't think any bit mask of it's gonna matter, so we'll just, if we need to add stages or move them around, it should be okay. Should be. Store ingredient types. Talk with NPC. Let's think here. Current tutorial stage. Collect first ingredients, the objective widget, the text is going to change. Get game instance. Wait, it's get game instance. Cast to GI alchemy. Game instance ref. That way I can just grab it anytime I need it. I don't have to do casting all the time. Okay, what am I doing? Get the stage, switch on stage, do whatever we need to off the switch. It's a really kind of a dirty way to do it. We could make strings for the tutorial stages. Nah. If I need to adjust anything, I'll just do it directly in here. It is what it is. So we know that we need collected ingredients. We can even also use the same kind of, we can put in the, well, how do we want to track that? We could probably update it when we update ingredient inventory. We can have a variable here for the number of types that we find. Which is probably if we would drag off of here. Since it would be a new ID. Although we'd have to test it for type. So we might want to make a new, like, function library function. Yeah. Okay. I think we can build string. Do ingredients collected. And we're gonna add this to the main HUD. Gotta fix it a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Nope. Why wouldn't that size to it? Oh, probably because the width is set, but I need to do a... We can make the width a bit bigger. We need to set this to auto wrap. I kind of want it to be wider than that. I just want the border to be a bit more opaque. Works. Okay, we need to trigger it going to the next stage. Let's see. Trigger next tutorial stage. We will get burn tutorial stage. Can I get enum to bite? I want to get the bite. Let me just add. Maybe that works. We'd have to know if it's valid though. Like the length. Do that. Never had to do that before. Do max. So we could do if that is greater than the, or not the max, need the, well, I guess I could do this because it would just return the maximum length of this. So if that plus 1 is greater than the max, then we want to get the get widgets. Objective, get a copy. Set visibility collapsed. It's just gonna be gone. Granted, we might just have a final objective as, you know, tutorial's over. Thank you for playing. Continue exploring. If you want, you know, shit like that. But for now, at least, that should just... Once we reach the end, it should just set it to collapse. I guess what I could do in the first person... Let's do this real quick. Test objective 2. Test objective 3. We'll test the functionality of it. I'm literally just making this up as I go, guys. So things are a little chaotic. That's why. Numpad 8, numpad 9. I just need one thing to test. Can I numpad 0? Trigger next tutorial stage. Just disappeared. It just poof. Okay, let me test this math then. Our tutorial stage is 0 because it's index 0. Plus 1 is 1, that's correct. I guess it's because... Can this be -1? No, it's 0. Right, because it's max. equal to 0. Well, I guess I could just do a... It's greater than, and if this is not equal to 0. Yeah. That way we know if it's 0, just, there's obviously going to be more tutorial after the first index, so just go to the next one. Test objective 2 disappears after test objective 3. Why would it do that? 0, 1, 2. It's because it's... If I put +1 there, we might as well not have +1 at all. Can I just do that? I know why we do that. Zero, 1, 2, when it says 2 is greater than false. You just do greater than or equal, I guess. That would never work. What am I struggling with here? The current tutorial stage is 1, which is the second index. 2 is greater than... That'd be false. Well, I could just do a less than test. But it's the problem because we add that +1. And I don't want to test the +1, I just want to get the raw number. But I have to, it looks really weird. It looks really fucking weird, but it solves the problem. Or not. Why wouldn't that do that? The moment it hits the last one, it should not be greater than the max. So it should return false. Jesus Christ. I need to go back to school at this point. It's pathetic. Not getting the max. It's weird. But there's nothing there. So I guess it can continue to go past that. Oh fuck, that's why it's all fucked up. Then why did it disappear here? I know why. It's because it's working for the 0, it's not working for 1. That's why it's disappearing after that. So something is weird with this max node. How would I obtain the... Hit byte with bit set? No. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would make the... I could like do a for each, right? Like I could do a for each through this. For current tutorial. Wait, it's called the e-tutorial stages. Like I can do a for each through it and just test where it is. I can get number of entries. There we go. That's what I needed. That's exactly what I needed. That's literally all I was looking for. It'd have to be -1 though, wouldn't it? Why can't I type it in? Go. Just I was pulling off of that, and that's different. It's a little fucky. Let's see. Okay, if the max, let's plug that in. We disable the breakpoint. Damn it. All I needed. Okay. So we can trigger the next stage, then get rid of it if we want to. Talk with NPC. We could keep this here, just in case there's any buggy tutorial stages. I like to make a quick like helper widget that you can see while holding down like H or whatever. We'll finish with this. Content out. Next thing we want to test is discover ingredient types. Ingredient types discovered. Yeah, we'll save that. Let's see. I'm thinking we do it in here when we update the inventory. We can do a test for it. We could send all of the ingredients over to, for instance, the okay, so the thing is, we don't when we don't have any ingredient in. Let's say we pick up pink flowers, and then we use pink flowers in a potion. We do not remove the pink flowers entry from the inventory. We just remove the fact that you had one and now you have 0. So now you just don't have any. So we do have like a memory of sorts of the ingredients that you've discovered and picked up. Kind of by accident, actually. More a byproduct of how we made it. This does help, though, for when you are processing it. So if I add this to my shelf, it's now been added to my inventory. And if I take it off the shelf, it stays there, right? We just don't have any. But we've discovered this ingredient. And if I process this, I think we would have to send it to our shelf again. Oh no, so I set it up so that now that when we process something, it is discovered as well. We could send it back here. So we technically have 2 entries in our inventory now. They're just both 0 and we can't add them to the table now. Or do anything with them because we don't own any. So we do have a memory of what the player has discovered. So I could make a new function of like check ingredient memory. Check ingredient types discovered. We would need to get the player inventory, go through all ingredients, I make a macro to test type. Do I have a macro to test type already? I might have something. If get ingredients struct, check ingredient processing, check ingredient ID. Base ID. When do we use that? Because this pulls in base ID. Oh, this is for changing. So we use this when we process ingredients at the processing station. But when do we get the base ID? Oh, I know what I could do. I don't even need a macro for that. I could toString this. I could split from end here and do a second. Well, no, this would work. This would be okay. We'll grab the left string and we will types found array as an array of strings. And simply we will add unique. That's it. And then we can get the, I think it's not the length, it would be the number. Would it be the length? Yeah, length. last index will get us the last index. Length will just get us the number of items. And we can just set ingredient types discovered. And that'll be a pretty... It won't be too challenging of a loop to run every time we pick something up. The thing is, we can also... No, it's fine, it's fine. So on update ingredient inventory, we will simply run this. Why did we return remove ingredient? We don't have this hooked up to the return node. Oh, probably... That's weird. I don't know. Let's not touch it. I don't know what it's doing, but let's not touch it. Okay. Now in the objectives widget, we can do something very similar. Ingredient types discovered. Build a string. We want it to be 10. Again, hard coding it. It is what it is. This will be really easy to unhook later anyway. Because we can just take this off of the HUD if we want it. I could set up a little bit of balance. Let me think about it. When I forgot about a meeting to find out it was moved. Damn. Wasn't canceled though. Sadly. So I'm thinking I could push this to a data table, so I wouldn't have to come in here and fuck around. You know, I'm gonna do that because it's very low time commitment to do that. Tutorial, structure. Fuck around and find out. Okay, first thing we need is the stage. I'm just trying to think of how we want to do this. B is single interaction. Would we need that? It would only be for the balance, so it would only be the... It would just be stage and number required. That's literally it. And then I just don't have to give a shit about anything that doesn't have any numbers required. Royal balance. Hope the weather is good when I leave today. Oh, it's rainy. I was gonna stop by the store. Oh, yay. A new invoice I have to pay. Guys, I'm so excited. I get to spend money like an adult. Ooh, it does look kind of rainy. Cold too, I should have brought my coat. Okay, well maybe I'll just go home after work today. I don't give a fuck it. Have some pizzas. Okay, talk with NPC. Number required. This is 3. This is 10. And if it's 0, it's not going to be used, so whatever. Okay, and then in the objectives widget, instead, what I will do is get data table row. You'd have to determine the current row. I could do that though. Crashed Unity does happen. And I crash Unreal all the time. We kind of need to go for each with the rows, don't we? Yeah, we need to feature them. All right, let's feature. Get data table row name. Feature really just sounds like a dirty word. I bet if you look it up on Urban Dictionary, it is probably something dirty. Get data table row. Yeah, but it's not that. It's no. Okay, it is. It is. Going backwards a bit. If it is equal to this, branch. Not set members. We want to promote to local variable current balance row. Then break the loop. It's a lot of shit to run though in this. Not a fan of putting it here. But it's not going to have to loop through too much. Doesn't change my unhappiness, but I don't like it being here. Hey, Joker. We'll do a make string, build string, integer prefix. Just like that. And let's see. I'm not happy with doing like a loop in where this is, but it's fine. Not the end of the world. Do a check tutorial stage requirements. I'll put this in collectible ingredients again, because it works. Yeah. It's kind of scary working on prototypes because you know that you're building yourself into so many corners, and then you have to remind yourself, wait, kind of okay if I build myself into a corner here. It's not the end of the world. Then you're like, well, what if I didn't build myself into a corner? And the other part of your brain is, well, if you didn't do that, then you would have to spend way more time building proper systems. It's such a weird... Like, you know that you're building something wrong, but you're like, yeah, but I need to build it wrong. Because it just needs to work once. Like, it goes against everything I've been taught. All I've been taught and all my nature is telling me. It's fucked up. Okay, tutorial, ingredients. How's your C++ stuff going, Joker? Give me a second, I gotta see if I have any Twitch bots in chat. I do. Who is this? Get out of here. Get banned. Yeah, I think I got him. Nope. There's one more. I think you other people are okay. We'll see. We will see. Okay, collect first ingredients. Let's see. It break. It's like kind of. This is just. This is not the right way to do this. God damn it, mouse! Stop it. I mean, it's not the right way to do it, but it is working. Do I feel proud about it? No. Am I going to cry about it at night? Potentially. Will I commit Sudoku because of it? No. I can I can accept this. I just want to make sure that I actually did pick up 10 ingredient types. Just to double check. Better safe than sorry here. Yes, we did. And delete these as well. Could push some more stuff to data tables and like string tables and stuff. I don't know, I'll think about it. Should be fine for now at least. Be able to collect the 3 tutorial ingredients. Discover some more types. Which does seem to be working. I mean, I have to remind myself that it really isn't that, requiring of a CPU task to do a few loops. Something I think I always get needlessly scared about. How much do I owe this month? Let's see. It hasn't increased in price, has it? I'm looking for a new place as well in the this city I'll be moving to. So far though, it's pretty big challenge. Yeah, I'm wondering how we would do this. Okay, so we do the check tutorial stage requirements. That's only 4 stages that specifically has that. I mean, if the player just needs to talk with the NPC, Blue Dick Boy when he arrives, I think we could just trigger that directly on interact with him. Although there's gonna be a couple of problems where I'm wondering if in trigger next tutorial stage, I'm going to call check tutorial stage requirements in here. Which, it does have the possibility of looping on itself, but it wouldn't be an infinite loop. So the reason that I do this is that it would actually protect me a little bit from... So let's say we skip picking up these 3 ingredients and we go pick up 10 ingredient types. think the way it would work if this functions correctly is the moment I pick up those 3 ingredients, it's going to then check again if the next tutorial objective has been completed, which in this case for us it would, right? So we're gonna see if it looks funky or if it just goes right next to, right to the wait for the NPC objective, which it should do. And this song goes hard. Yes, it does. So this should also mean that if the player literally just stands and waits for the NPC to arrive, we can then check. We can check specifically, has the NPC been talked to once? And I think we already have a variable like that on Blue Dick Boy, right? No, we have B has received potions, but we can make a quick boolean here of B has been talked to. And we'll just say that on interact, if interactable, and then we can also get the game instance. We can do here, we can get game instance. Damn, are we going hard today? Do I have to turn on the Doom soundtrack too? There we go, it's better. Oh, that was a little bit too much for me. Has been talked to. Check tutorial stage required. And the thing is, it won't be that tutorial stage yet. So this won't properly trigger. Git has been talked to branch. Trigger next tutorial stage. True, false. So now if we move Blue Dick Boy super close. Now if the player just, I don't know, AFKs at the start of the game, and the player talks to Blue Dick Boy, which he should be set to that now. But we collect the ingredients again. I'm just gonna do this way. Or you know what? I'll do it this way. I'll do... Yeah, let me do this. Let me test this. So we'll grab these 3. Types discovered, 6 out of 10, good. That's still tracking. 8. Need some more. That wasn't new. Burn is new. Let me send the wheat. Wheat will trigger it. Now it should just disappear. It crashed. Okay. Infinite loop detected. Why? Probably because this is the last stage. Wait, why? So we need to, if it's the last stage, we just... No, I know why. Yep. I know why. Okay. Let's prevent infinite loop. What do we do here for it? I guess we don't need to... We just do that. Wouldn't that prevent the infinite loop? Let me try that. Alright, we'll talk to him again. Get those 3 ingredients, get the 10, and we'll see if it works. I didn't take into account the lack of... We don't want to do the test if the stage is already at the max. Because it would do nothing for us. Case in point, it would cause an infinite loop, which we don't want. I need one more. Okay, here. This will be one more. Or the honey will work. Okay, it disappeared. So yeah, I will now give it one test just as intended. As most players will probably play this. That's fine. But it's good to build that in because I know some people who work in QA, and the first thing they're going to do is not play my game as I am wanting them to. They're going to try and break it. They know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Still have to remove the collision from this. Maybe I'll do that today. Should be a quick fix. Okay. Wait for the NPC to arrive and then talk with them. They've done that. NPC is there. I could break that up too. I could do wait for the NPC to arrive as one, and then another objective as talk with the NPC. That might be good. Okay, we did it. Let me think. Yeah, I might do that. Let's fix the flame grass issue while we're here. Foliage, flame grass. Need the mesh. Let's say it has collision. I'm gonna set the block all dynamic. No collision, custom. I don't know why these were blocking visibility in camera traces, but I guess we'll just keep it on that to be consistent. We'll see if I can walk through them now. Where did we find them? They were somewhere out here. We're near the beach, I think. Hello, flame grass. Oh, there you are. Okay, problem solved. Looks good. Yeah, I think if we split up the objective into two, it'll be a lot better. Because then we can just like tell the player like, hey, keep exploring and wait for the NPC to arrive. And then another one for like, the NPC has arrived, talk to them near your hut. So we'll do wait for NPC, talk with NPC. Go on hook. I'll make this really similar. But we'll just do a boolean on here for like B has arrived at hut once. That's another thing that Bethesda does really well, by the way, is the quest stage system. Like, sure, there are bugs, but it's also a very flexible system that is really easy for modders to get into, and also with the console of the creation engine, it is very easy to get yourself out of most quest-related problems using the console because of it. Like, if you're ever stuck in any quest in any Bethesda game, most likely you can get out of it in-game just by using the console. Either by moving NPCs, moving items, spawning items, just directly setting a quest stage, which has associated logic to each set stage, so that if you set the stage for a quest, it will, it'll adjust NPC locations or logic of scenery in the world. Fix it yourself. I would say this, Starfield actually, very few quest bugs. Skyrim, Fallout, I can't say the same, especially like Skyrim. The number of times that I've had to fix stupid ass quest issues in Skyrim. Even today with like bug fixes, patches, mod patches. But when I do need to fix it, the console does. It is really powerful. It is one of the most powerful consoles I've seen in a game. I would say also Rockstar has a really powerful console. Never had a Skyrim quest bug? It's pretty lucky. I only had 2 quests that I had to fix in Starfield on release, and I think both of them have been fixed now in patches. There was one with the, what was the faction called? It was with the Terramorphs. There was some quest early on in that. And the only problem was not that I couldn't get the stage because the game was so fresh that there wasn't like a Wikipedia for the stage. So I had to use the console to get that fixed. But I think they did something weird in the Starfield console, and the console is actually worse in Starfield than I had in Skyrim. Either that or I was using mods that make the Skyrim console better, because I think there are mods that, yeah, like more informative console and stuff, better console. I don't know. Who knows? Talk with. Let's do this. Keep exploring and wait for the NPC to arrive at your hut. I mean, the games are pretty extensive too. I mean, I may not have experienced bugs that you did. Maybe I was pretty lucky because I barely experienced any major bugs in Starfield, except for 2 things that I had to fix with the console that are now fixed in patches. Thank you for crashing, Unreal. You crashed Unity today, I'm crashing Unreal today. Great. We just have to talk about crashes, huh? And then this happens. Prototype complete, now I need to make a fun playable. Mechanic I have is not very engaging once shit starts tumbling. Well hey, prototype complete. Now you just gotta polish it. Gotta find a way to have fun. That is the challenge, isn't it? What did we put in like my production overview? There was one that I've had to remind so many people that I've worked with about this. What is it? And not that you don't know it, but it's just funny because I've had to, yeah, it's like this is your prototyping, right? If fun doesn't exist in this phase, it won't come after pre-production. I have to point this out to so many people that I've worked with before, like who weren't game devs or who were just kind of, I don't know, they weren't, they were like gaslighting themselves, or they were just huffing the copium, right? Like, no, it'll be fun. We just have to add this one thing. It's like, bitch, that's what prototyping is for. If it ain't fun now and you're calling this your vertical slice or something, why didn't you start fucking prototyping? Just accept it. It's okay. Chaotic, rapid development and iteration of prototypes. Continuous honest feedback. Embrace creativity. Don't stifle it with rules and restrictions. Yeah. And then like your gameplay loop should be fully realized by first playable. Fun factor should be here. Placeholder assets and UI. And you know, experienced developers and publishers can fill in those holes. You need GDD. We're almost there. We are actually almost there. But I want to add more variety to the loop here, which I don't need to do, but I want to do it. And then I have to make the GDD, which is going to be fun. I was working on the high level points for another game this last weekend, and I mean, it was for that pain-like game, right, that I've been talking about. Let me see if I can find the... So these were like the high level points. I know it's a little hard to see because formatting, right? But these were pretty much the high level points of the game we want to make. And this is what you then start to turn into a GDD. This is what you analyze, you add on to these, and then you turn this into an organization. And you turn the organization into the document, and you start writing it up. And it was just sad because this is so much easier of a game to write with than something really a lot more complex like Cauldron Chronicles, which has more nuances, right? This is an arcade game, this pain-like game. This is arcade. There's a very structured gameplay loop that pretty much resets between each major run. There isn't any major progression systems or nuanced, deep, like conversations and dialogues and microsystems that you have to go through. So this would be easy. I could write up a GDD of this kind of game in definitely a week. Keep exploring and wait for the NPC to arrive at your hut. NPC has arrived at your hut. Talk to them and obtain their potion commission. By the way, what I read out with the production, I pitched basically that to a company I worked at. They didn't want to implement that. They thought they didn't need to change. Okay, buddy, then. I mean, that's a red flag, right? So if you ever worked at a place, guys, where they don't want to improve the process because they don't see a need to, just get out of there. Like, fuck that shit. Why is that arrow height so... When did that get reset? It's weird. Alright, whatever. Well, they each say that they're default as well. I don't fucking know what's going on. No, arrow height default 450. I don't... Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm gonna throw it in his behavior tree, in his task. I know it's, again, stupid place to put it, but whatever. Set has arrived at Hut 1. You do what you do. That should test. That should work. I'm gonna move him back a bit. I'm just gonna quickly test it. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, I got one. And honey should be 10. Keep exploring and wait for the NPC to arrive at your hut. We will wait. I did move him pretty far back, but I can take a quick break and do some Sudoku while waiting. We jamming. It's such a weird type of Sudoku. Two and 5. Wait, that's not right. Ooh, that's what? Wait. No, never mind. Okay, that's 4. At least I know that. This is 4. Oh, he's here. Okay. Our boy's here. That didn't trigger. I know why. Hey Fantozer, welcome. How are you today on this fine Tuesday? I always forget what day it is. Well, I hope that your Tuesday is better because the weather here is terrible. It's rainy, it's getting cold again. Kind of hoping it would be better than that. Coding, so watching a coding stream to not suffer alone, that's fair. I'm not a very good coder, though. Tutorial stage requirements. Damn, I'm going hard here. Stardew soundtrack. I'm done. Alright, let's test this again. Let us see. 1, 2, 3. Jump. Grab, grab, grab. Okay, then we'll wait for Blue Dick Boy to stroll on down the lane once again. So what are you coding, Fantozer? I assume a game, but I could, you know, it could be just software, right? 5, 6, 9, 5. Two, 5, 7. Huh. Wait. 2, 6, 7. Those are our missing numbers. 7. Damn, not enough info. Yeah, these ones are weird. These irregular ones are actually kind of tough. Fuck with my brain a bit. Well, thankfully I only have to do 4 of them. And back to normal Doku. Not a game right now, but a tool to process logs of roleplay to show it visually, so can time script to see the movements. This is logs of roleplay. Interesting. That's a pretty cool tool. Sorry, I'm dying. We'll call it withdrawal. Okay, there we go. NPC has arrived. Talk to them and obtain. So if we talk with him, it should disappear. Perfect. And if he has arrived, let's move him back closer this time. Oops. This game is kind of like potion crap, but in FPS mode. There are similarities, yeah. I'd say the main difference of ours is that we want to put a heavy focus on the narrative. Okay, perfect. That's working. And you know, you take NPC commissions, but they're more sparse. It's not like a shopkeeping game. It's more of a. I still don't know how best to describe it. Main difference is BDB. Yeah, so this is Blue Dick Boy. Named such because he has a blue donger here. It gets smaller as you get closer. But yeah, so it's more focused on the narrative aspect of obtaining commissions, helping out the NPCs as best you can, and based on how well you help them, you know, the potion quality that you give them, or the meeting their needs and expectations, it can alter their fate. So, you know, you may have an instance where if you don't give them very good potions, they may come back with a lot of scrapes and bruises, very angry with you, or if you provide a great service to them, they may come back with, you know, like ingredients that they've obtained in like a dungeon, which I can showcase to you with a little bit of hacking. Let me do that. Ah, nope. Point. And I move this point way over here. Okay, so this will simulate these points being close. Normally the NPCs will exit the map, you know, and perform their quest and then come back sometime later. So if we trick it, bartering, I think in here, yeah, we can override this. So we'll pretend that you didn't help, you gave him shit potions, right? So I'm not the only one who have fun with Raycast Arrow, yeah. That's how it is. So we'll say that you are, you know, you talk to him, you're like, oh, what kind of potion are you looking for? And he tells you about nice sweet taste, replenishes mana, fortifying health. You know, you ask him a bit more about what he wants the potion for. So in this case, he's going to some catacombs with some venomous snakes and spiders. So mainly he's looking for a potion that can replenish his mana and fortify his health, right? And that is pretty sweet, so it's not shit tasting. So let's pretend that we give him some terrible potions that absolutely do not do that. He will go away, do his quest somewhere, which is over here. Normally it's off the map, but for now it's here. He will come back to us. Yeah, look at him. He just went through the dungeon. Goddamn. And he's like, your potions nearly got me killed in there. You call yourself an alchemist? I was lucky to get out of that damnable place with my life. You'll never see the likes of me again, and you can bet your rarest herbs I'll be telling all my friends to stay well away from this establishment. Then he leaves. Or, let's say you did an exceptional job. You gave him some amazing potions. We don't have to save that. What are our options? What do you mean? For negative answers? Right now, it's just that. You might be able to say things in the future. Go fuck yourself. You could say that, but for prototype, it's just going to be that one response. So let's say you give him great potions. They not only do they help replenish his mana and fortify his health, but you give him extra potions to help with like the venom, like resist poison, cure poison. Give him those. He'll go off to the quest. So there's like a popularity system. I know that's not the word, but don't come mind the correct one. Yeah, it's more like a. It could be. Yeah, it is closer to like reputation. Comes back and he's like, "What a fine day it is to see you again, Alchemist. As you can see, I have nary a scratch to be found, and in fact may be in better health than I ever have been. Your potions not only proved exceptional for the job, but I was able to enter and leave that place with hardly a sound. As a token of my sincere appreciation, I've returned with some of my fortunes. I figured these may be of use to you, and I hope you can help future adventurers as well as you helped me, blah, blah, blah." And he will give you some rewards from the dungeon. So these are ingredients that you can't obtain in the world. These are only ingredients that an NPC like him could bring back to you. And these are usually going to be like more powerful or more niche use than some of the ones that you can find. You give good potion, but they can still die because they're just bad at adventuring. I don't think so for right now, but you could just give them poison and tell them that it's a health potion. You could do that if you want. And, you know, narratively, the game is going to respond to it a bit differently than this from, like, the system standpoint. So the system standpoint would consider it a failure of that commission. But narratively, we could say, you know, I took a drink from it and I started dying. What did you give me? So it'll be that kind of thing. I mean, granted, if you give them poison, for instance, you may not see them again because they may have died. You may just not ever see this guy appear again, and you won't know. You know, if you try to give him like a good potion, but it just wasn't very good, or if you purposefully give him poison, you may just never see again, and you will have to assume or just guess that he died. You won't know. That's part of the challenge of living in such an isolated place. You try to help people out, and even if you want to form connections with them, you may never see them again. You may be stuck kind of being alone. That's kind of the one of the themes we want to explore with this is you try to form connections with people, and some of them, you know, will come back to you and be nice to you, and some of them may just be looking for a potion and they don't really care about you. Kind of sad, but it is what it is. What if Bob wants to kill his mother-in-law and ask you for poison, and you don't give him poison but call him potion? I think we should make branchable storylines. Yes, so it will be individual based on the NPCs and the stories we want. We don't want to systemize the stories. We want to create a system for making stories, but make them feel unique and individual, and give you various options for moral and ethical choices in them. And never tell you what's right or wrong, but just present you with options and allow you to play the game as you wish. If that makes sense. This means that there may be a story where giving the bad potion will save life of NPC. Yes. Yes. Yep, and you won't know that. Or, you know, you may be able to pick up on subtle hints sometimes, and other times you may not. Maybe the shady character comes and asks him for poison. You give him poison, he ends up killing a king. Maybe you can just deny that. You can say, no, I don't want to serve you, please leave. Imagine wasting a good potion on a dumb fuck. It might happen. It might happen. Like, your job is to provide potions, or not provide potions. Or provide poisons and say they're potions, or provide potions and say they're poisons. You know, you have a wide array of choices, but how your choices affect the stories it just differs on each story. And what you want to do is up to you. You provide wet, you receive hard. Yes, especially with Blue Dick Boy, right? Also, what do you need the money for anyway? So that depends. I'm thinking of a few different things. So number one is expansions to the hut, like buying a basement where you can grow mushrooms, buying a greenhouse, getting some second story, whatever, maybe furnishings. Another one is merchants who can like sell ingredients or recipes, things of that nature. So, or, you know, so that you can learn more about an ingredient without having to find it. We're exploring that. And as I saw, the placement of ingredients are set, not random. Yes, and I think that will carry into the final game as well. I want the game to be documentable, if that makes sense. So I want there to be the community working together to help each other figure out, okay, this ingredient grows in this location. And I want it to be consistent, right? If you find that hidden alcove of rare flowers, it's always going to be there for you. How do you plan to pick result? Binary? Maybe. I think it is the best way utility based. We can value potions sell to NPC based on their parameters and get result as float and then determine how it is outcome. So yes, so the way it's working right now is I score the potions from 0 to 100 based on the commission of the NPC. And then there are 5 thresholds. And then from the threshold, we can determine which dialogue options to show or which rewards to give the player. So while technically not giving any potion to somebody who wants poison to kill a king will result in a 0, it is a failure. It may have a good outcome that we can choose narratively. So that the scoring system is kind of in the background. But it's just, no, that is not, that is for the branching narrative. We use that score as a way to determine how well the commission has been met. It'd be easier if you looked at the blueprints for it, but we grab the main. It's kind of it is a function. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of data going in and out of here. We grab the potion data and the commission, and we test how well it meets the commission requirements, and we have certain bonuses and penalties. So if, for instance, your goal was to make a health potion with regenerate health 2. If you provide regenerate health 3 or some other positive effects, it gives a small bonus to the score. And if you have any negative effects, it can provide a penalty to the score. Or if you don't provide a good enough regenerate health, you won't succeed at that part of the commission. And then the main, just follow me here, because it's kind of, there's a lot of layers to this. The main potion is scored 0 to 100, but then we take a percentage of that as the total commission score, or as the total expectation. So the main potion is only one part of the final score. We then check any secondary requirements that the NPC has. So for instance, for our guy here, I will use him as an example. Buddy, you're here. His main potion that he's looking for is this replenish mana, fortify health, and it's sweet in taste. However, I'm asking him what he wants to use this potion for, and he tells me about this dungeon. And he mentions venom, he mentions that he wishes he could be invisible because he could sneak right by them. This is not a required potion, this is a bonus. So you can make a potion with cure poison, resist poison, or potion or, invisibility. And these can all be in one potion or they can be in separate. And then those will apply additional to the score. And then we add all this up, and that gets our final score, which then has to meet thresholds. And based on the thresholds, we determine if there's a terrible outcome, a bad outcome, the base outcome, good outcome, or exceptional outcome. So in our prototype case, there are 5 different outcomes that you can get based on the potions that you give him. But because the potions are free for him to make, you are free to make whatever potions you want and exceed expectations or not exceed expectations, to fail in some way. I hope that makes sense. I understand if it doesn't make sense, because it's a lot of like background math and calculation that we're doing for it. And the player doesn't see any of it, right? The player has to use their knowledge, use their experience and skill to make the potions that they want. Yeah, I would understand that if you need to talk. This is absolutely something that has to be detailed in the GDD. I can make a paint thing too. We've done this a few times, and it's worth doing again, I think. Let's make 2,000 by 2,000, so I have some canvas. Yeah, no worries. It's good to go over this again, to explain it to anyone. You can make paint and post paint Discord, perfect. So our scoring system that runs in the background is between 0 and 100. And along this line, we have 5 thresholds. I think it's 10. You know what? Let me get the actual numbers. Data, mission balance, 10, 20, 35, 60, 80. So like 10, 25, 35, 60, and 80, let's just say. Roughly around that. These are the outcomes that the final potion can have. Move this down. We're going to move backwards on this. So how do we determine this score when we have so many different aspects to this? Well, number one is we check the main potion score. So the main potion score is also a 0 out of 100 scale. We do that just for mathematical consistency. However, we don't really have these, Corinne. We don't have any of this. We simply test, have the main requirements of this potion been fulfilled, yes or no, and then we apply any bonuses or penalties from this. So, for instance, the main potion score minimum is 0, maximum 100. The base satisfaction amount is 70, so if you provide just what the potion requires, you will get 70 out of 100 points, right? About here, let's say. Then we apply any negatives, any bonuses or penalties is the word I'm looking for. So let's say you have some additional positive effects you get here, and then you have a negative effect or you have a few negative effects and you actually end up lower than that. Let's say you end up at 65. Still a pretty good score. We multiply this by the where is it? by the main potion impact on score. Which is 0.5. Let's say, just for the sake of math, because it's going to make a lot of sense this way, if you did reach that 70 point. You supplied the potion, it did what it needed to do, no bonuses, no penalties. You would get 35, which just so happens to be the base threshold on here. 35. We put 20. I know that the lines don't exactly match the numbers, but pretend that they do. Let's say terrible. Bad. Base. Good. Exceptional. So you'll see that if you provide the main potion, it does exactly what it needs to do, nothing more, nothing less, and you don't help them with any of these secondary requests, which for our guy is the he talks about that he's going to be facing venom. He wishes he had invisibility. These are the extras. These are what we call the secondary potion requirements. They're not requirements, but they're the secondary potion expectations, right? That makes up the rest of the score. So in order for you to reach good or exceptional threshold, and these are thresholds, so you have to surpass that number to be considered part of this threshold. So in order to be good threshold, you have to surpass or equal 60 in the final score. We then add up all of the secondary effect requirements, which is in the NPC potion needs data table. So we can see here his main potion required is a potion with regenerate mana and fortify health. And you get bonuses for any positive effects, and you get penalties for any negative effects. You can see here, positive, any negative. He does require flavor, and it requires a sweetness value of 0.4 or above. Allow all above. And I believe it is inclusive, so 0.4 would be enough. His secondary effects are Cure Poison 1, Resist Poison 2, and Invisibility 1. So we take this remaining value of 0 to 100 times 0.5, right? Because the main potion effect on the score is 50% in this case. So the other 50% must come from secondary potions. So I can do this. Main potion. Secondary potions. So we take a look, and this is a little bit more straightforward. We see, do any of the secondary potions you provide them have the effect requirement met? So if I provide them resist poison 1, it would be no. If I provide them with resist poison 3, it would be yes. And resist poison 2, of course, yes. And we take that 50%, we divide it by the number of effects desired, which is 3. So in our case, it would be what is 50 divided by 3? Don't make fun of me. Is it 18? Okay, 16.6. So each potion or each secondary effect has a impact on score of 16.6 in this case. And if we were to add one more secondary effect desired, then each of them would be 50 divided by 4. So it would be whatever the fuck that number is. 12.5, right? Yes. So, but because there are 3, it is 16.6, and if there were only 2, it would be 25. And then we penalize them for any negative effects. So let's say you provided 2 of the secondary potion effect requirements, and you didn't have any negative effects on the potions. You would get 16.6 times 2, which is 30. Let's just say 33 for the sake of it. But you didn't provide that last one. Let's say you provided resist poison 2 and invisibility, but you didn't provide the cure poison. We do plus 16.66 times 2, which is, we'll just say 33, equals 88. 68. Jesus Christ. Send me back to school, guys. Yes. If I'm wrong, just somebody correct me. Which would place you now right about here. So you would have made the good threshold. And that is how we score potions. It's a little bit of math, I know. Trust me, the blueprints don't look any less intimidating. That's the main potion, this is the secondary potions. And at least determining like the main value now is, or calculating all the potion scores is easy. It is what it is. But it's very controllable, so, you know, we say that terrible, bad, base, good, and exceptional. This is from the perspective of the client. So the guy wanting poison to kill a king, you may think ethically he's, you know, morally he's bad for doing so. So if you fail to give him that, or you give him like a health potion as a joke, to him that is a 0. You did not provide him with what he wanted. But narratively, that doesn't mean that that outcome is bad. It may be good according to you and your morals. But we call it terrible and exceptional for the case of thresholds within our data. And note that the player does not see any of this at any time. So your outcome on the story is unknown to you until you see the consequences. And we want to hide that from the player. We don't want to show that. I feel like that would remove the magic, you know, showing you the man behind the curtain. We want to keep the man behind the curtain in this case. Hopefully that made sense. Hope I didn't lose you guys on that one. Sorry. Bunch of word salad there. Forgot what I was doing. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta take a breather and a drink after that. But what it means too is the system is very flexible. You know, we can adjust these thresholds at any time in here. So if we want to move them around, make it a bit harder to reach the better thresholds, or make it even easier to reach those thresholds, we can just bump these values down. Or if we want to increase how much there are penalties or bonuses and how big they are, that's important. That's doable. And if we need to say, okay, let's make the secondary effects a bit easier to obtain. So let's remove the invisibility, for instance. We can remove that and the final score calculation will adjust for that. Or we can have no secondary effects at all and the final score will adjust to that as well, I think. But we only needed to work this once in the prototype, so even if it didn't work, it would be fine because we're not going to have that case pop up. And then of course we can adjust the rewards that are brought to you when you complete those. Like for here, for instance, you know, the exceptional thresholds, we have the ingredients in here. We can just add more to that, to the array. So there is a lot of flexibility to the system currently. And there will be more flexibility when we make it properly for vertical slice. Okay, let me move Blue Dick Boy back over here. Same with the point, the nav point. Oh, that's the wrong way. Okay, that's good. Point there, and where did Blue Dick Boy go? I think I put him underneath the map, yeah. Oopsies. My music ran out. I feel like I should have a whole series now on my YouTube of me reacting to Tim Kaine because every video he puts out, I kind of want to react to. Okay, is there anything I want to do else today? We have 4 of the tutorial objectives in here, which is collect the tutorial ingredients, collect 10 ingredients of different types, wait for the NPC and explore, and talk with the NPC. We really need to now branch down into creating the potions, and that's going to be a whole separate tutorial aspect, right? The only worry that I have is that I need to, if we make a little like potion making tutorial, I need it to be functional with the alchemy map, the test map. And we don't have the tutorial, we have a separate commission thing here. So this is a really good way to learn how to make potions, I think, this commission system. And this is still functional here. So well, it's mostly still functional. We don't have the player's potion inventory. You know, I could add that. I could fix up this level blueprint. Jesus Christ, we create a lot of widgets. Oh, we're about to make a new one. This game is hanging out by its threads. Yeah, it is, and it's so different from the way that I've been taught to like make things properly. It's almost like you have to force yourself into a bad, not frame of mind, but a bad like it's like normally when developing games you don't want to embrace the chaos. That's exactly what you're trying to prevent is chaos. And with a prototype, it's like, nah, fuck it. It's spaghetti code. Fuck it. It works. Yeah, it's so dirty. It's like I have to apologize too. You guys hear me say it all the time. Like, this is the wrong way to do things, and because it is. It just absolutely is. Can't forget that I don't want to fuck up this this tutorial, because I think this is a really good tutorial for just learning potion making. And it's kind of fun too, this little mini game of doing this. This would be really good to show publishers too, just the variety of different things you might have to make, and let them play with it rather than just having that one static NPC requirement that we have in the prototype level. I don't want to delete this. So I want to make sure it works without bugs, which is why adding objectives for the alchemy table, it's gonna be a little bit different to the way we've been doing it, especially because I don't want to fuck this up too much. There's a lot of blueprints in here. Very, very easy ways for me to screw things up that I've already done. So I want to avoid that. Two. I could do small macros or functions, and we'll just test what map we're in, right? So if we're in the prototype map, send some info to the game instance for tutorial, and if not, then just ignore it. I think that's the way that I'll try to approach this. Yeah, prototyping, right? And then in the back of your mind, you have, if you're doing it this way, because you may not be, but in the back of your mind, you have, all this doesn't mean anything anyway, because it's all going to be thrown away. But then later on, when you are actually working towards your vertical slice, you'll start to see the positives of having this, because now the programmers have some basis of existing code to work towards, or they have some goal in mind. They can say, okay, the GDD says this, here's how it's working here. The GDD says the way that it's working in the prototype is wrong in this ways, so we can ignore that code. Or, we tried doing it this way and it was really hard, so we need to be mindful that let's look for a different way to do things. Throwing away all this work sounds so sad, yeah. But I mean, the thing is, like, it can still exist. But it's more as like a time capsule, a legacy build. But it's a good thing. It all helps. We've been learning a lot of the unknown unknowns here. Body bear, yeah, well. Also, yes. Making a game where there's kind of procedural generated map. Hey, bye, Bard. PCG scares me. But I assume if you're doing that, then you're probably a programmer, right? I'd like to know from user perspective if it's proper level visually and has paths. Can I send a video? Yeah, you can send a video. He's throwing a lot of things, but it would be even more painful if he did it properly and then had to change it because it was not. Yeah, I mean, for sure that, and also if you are starting to work on your vertical and you discover some massive hole or issue that you could have prevented in prototype, you're saving a lot of time in the long run, right? And this also makes it easier to write your GDD because you have a system where you can say, okay, here are the controls for the alchemy system that we have here. You know, it works well here. This player's like this. Things of that nature. Yeah, you know, I 100% agree. Conceptually, it's understandable, but the brain is just like, what am I doing it for if I'm just going to throw it out? But there is an importance to it. And especially, the big thing for me is that the publishers are really going to like this, right? Especially because there is some visual nature to it. They don't need that, but the fact that there is some style represented here, they can say, okay, you want it to look similar to this, but with your own assets, essentially. And it's like, yep. I don't need concept art if I have the concept here. For the most part, I still would like some concept art, but at least when I say fantasy stylized, you know, brighter colors, you just be like, F12 screenshot, here's what I mean. And they can play the gameplay loop, right? Okay, let me think about this this alchemy table shit. What do we want here? We want. Well, hold on. Let me throw in something. Let me throw in the. What did we call it? Be worried if in other direction because your prototype is so nice looking. Some may say, nah, just leave it as it is. Oh, don't you dare! Don't you dare make me paranoid now. It's possible. Which site can I send? Yeah, you can throw it up on YouTube or on Google Drive or something. Just wherever. Yeah, you can DM it to me on Discord. Make sure to send it to Maestro Silvio though, the one that says, you know, the purple little streaming, not Riley the Raptor, like a lot of people do. I wish I could check the DMs of the bot because I bet there's just a bunch of stuff people sent him on accident. But I don't think there's any way. Okay, I got your message. Let me ask you first, by Bart, is it okay if I open this on stream? Like, is it okay to show other people? Okay. Let me set default VLC. Okay, so let me read again what you were doing. You're making a game with PCG. I would like to know from user perspective if it is proper level visually and S-path. Okay, I hope I'm a decent person to ask that with. Why did... Oh, there it is. Feels like taking forever to load. Oh, VLC does not like the WebM, I'll say that. Okay, kind of roguelike tower defense. Okay, rogue tower game. Okay. I assume that the green are spawners, right? In this case, and the black cylinder is your base. Every path which has an expand thing is a monster path. That's the pathing, but when you uncover the... Let me watch it again. I think for me visually, it would be great to see some kind of like a not really spline, but just a pathway that the monsters are going to follow once they have a path, just so I can see where I need to start putting towers around. Do you know where the spawns are going to appear, or is it you need to keep uncovering until... Yeah, arrow indicators for sure, is what I mean. Do you know where the... Let me ask this, do you keep uncovering tiles until you find a spawner? So it's almost like you're flipping tiles. No, okay. Let me spawn at the edge of each path. What do you mean by that? Because you have the black thing here, and then the portal. Explain to me what the cylinder and the portal represent. Let me not expand UI. Where is that? Where is that? I don't think I can zoom in. Maybe I can. Not that. The path is not dead end. Yeah. Do you have a demo available? Like Crystal Guardians? I mean, it doesn't have to be different, right? We could just be doing it for an exercise. There's a lot you can learn from just direct one-to-one copying a game, or even taking inspiration. I'm still trying to figure out where the enemies spawn. So, I'm sorry I'm not getting that. I'm hung up on the cylinder and the... Oh, Rogue Tower. Okay, let me watch Rogue Tower. Check the time. Okay, I'll do that. Oh, kurwa. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, I got caught up on the spawner and the the cylinder. So they just spawned from unfinished. Okay, I get it. See, but you guys have this knowledge from playing games like that. I haven't played a game where that occurs, so that to me, that's something that has to be explained to players. as well, in my opinion. Because I've never played a tower defense game where they spawn from empty paths like that. Yeah, I've never seen... I've played a lot of tower defense, but I haven't seen one where they spawn from empty paths. Okay, so let me go back. Let's go back to your original questions. User perspective is proper level visually and has paths. Define what questions you're asking, because I don't want to provide feedback that is not what you're looking for. Because you may know that you need to add some more visuals to where they're spawning. But for me, as somebody who hasn't played a tower defense game where they spawn from paths like this to me was confusing. I thought that there was something to do with this, you know, the green spawner and the black cylinder. So some way to know that this enemies are going to spawn from here. And I don't know if they're going to spawn from this green portal or the black cylinder either. I still don't know what these represent and what I'm trying to protect. So just like from a visual perspective, that kind of adding in that would help the UX. It should be cleared in like 10 seconds of playing the game instead of looking at half-ish. I mean, yes. I'm just saying, like, I'm wondering what kind of feedback you're looking for specifically here, because I don't want to provide feedback that is obvious to you, right? Mostly visual thing. Explain that more, what you mean though. Yeah, I would say that too. The blocking. Well, yes, I know it's a prototype. You know, outlined art style like stylized. Okay, so specifically the stylization. Okay, so like visual clarity and stylization, colors, things like that. Not user experience of knowing where enemy. We don't need to care about that right now. That's not part of the conversation. What you guys mean? I have to clarify this for feedback, because I want to know specifically what I need to focus on, rather than just vomiting feedback that isn't maybe relevant at this stage of the game. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, I get what you mean. I want to wait till you zoom in again so I can kind of see this. Let me ask this: does the height of blocks play a role in the gameplay mechanics? Yes. Okay. So it isn't a visual choice; it is a mechanical choice to the game. Okay. Yeah, because, you know, for instance, we can see this path here, but if we place it's a little hard to see. Maybe let me take a screenshot. Boop 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 boop. Video snapshot. Wish I could open a new page. Let me save this. Save as image. Untitled.png. Perfect. I love that. That's my favorite name. Pictures. Pictures. So, you know, for instance, if we place a... Where was I? Here. You know, we place a tower here. Now it is obscuring the path a bit, right? That would help camera rotation a little bit. Visually, I like this simple, the simplistic art here. I really enjoy that. If I'm looking specifically at the shading that you do on the level itself, right, the blue, it is very easy to determine and see blocks. But obscuring the pathway, which is, I would say, just as important as seeing where you can place towers, is not the greatest. I mean, I think that that's okay for the moment. I would say, like, visually the style is nice, but the obscuring of paths it's a bit too much. And you could solve this in one way by doing, let me just draw over here, where I know you're doing grid based and this is a very, very bad, it doesn't really help you, but if you have the grid, put this at like 1.5 times, where you have then the separate 1x1 blocks. And that way you can have a bit of extra space where the player is able to see, it's a little bit wider, so you have a bit more white visible. Not really helpful, I understand, though. Potentially not doable without major refactoring, right? So, would it be possible to very quickly move the white up one notch to be in line with this? So, it would be in line like this, right? I want to move that up, and I want to see if it's easier to visually, I know it looks really nice to have it set down, but if we move it up to be in line with the lowest level of the blue, maybe it wouldn't be as bad. It could also be achieved by moving the blue down, right? But I'm just curious what that would look like. Wish I was an artist. I might have better recommendations. You could do camera-based occlusion as well, or if like yeah, but that would be really expensive to do on a wide-scale basis. I think I'm using the right word for that. Camera mesh occlusion, right? Like occlusion culling. Oh, here's a really good. Example of that. This is with Unreal, but this is kind of what I mean, right? Camera occlusions would also play havoc with placing towers. Yeah, I mean, you could do like the half transparent kind of method here, but when placing towers, you can remove that effect so that you can see things properly. I don't know. Cheap thing to do? Well, you would be able to see then enemies behind it. You could also put like a little, if that occlusion is detected, you could put like a little red marker moving. So you would see just, you know, let's say that there's enemy here, and you would see kind of like red markers behind there moving. I mean, maybe that could be done too. I think player does need to see enemies, yes. I don't think the issue here is with towers seeing enemies. I thought the issue was with players being able to see them. Because this is just a camera perspective, it doesn't change the logic of the towers. You'll need to edit towers by clicking on them. Cheapest thing to just allow camera, yeah. Oh, the top-down perspective would help so well, so well. Like a tactical view. Making them transparent would be a good cheap solution. Yeah, you could try making them transparent, or like having a toggle to make all the blue just like flatten. If you know what I mean, like flatten down. And just maybe with icons of the towers that are there. So you can kind of just get a very quick, okay, enemies here, but I have towers connecting it. Then you can like lift it back up and see this view again. I think there are ways you can solve this. Player won't be. Yeah, I don't know what kind of like how hectic you want this to be. If it's something where the player needs to think on the fly and move towers somewhere else, like Gemcraft, right? Or Dungeon Defenders. Initial concern is the art. Like the style, like the blue and the white. If you look up the games, like Rogue Tower has kind of a toonish medieval style. Oh, so if you don't know if the simplicity is something, like maybe it's too simple, it doesn't have a theme to it. Can't figure it out. How complex would you be wanting to get? Do you want to stick with low poly, or do you want to branch into something more high poly but stylized or realistic? Low poly, cozy, toonish. I have some assets for that. We were just taking a look. I think Humble Bundle has the Cinti art pack right now going on, right? Software. Yeah, Humble Bundle's got this one going on right now, which has a bunch of low poly, toonish type assets. And they would certainly look pretty good from a distance, right? From a, yeah, from like this kind of distance. Unable to talk about, I can't do art. I'm not a visual person. I'm much more of a like a programming brain. So I don't know if you don't like have too much money to spend, this is a good pack. Maybe it's 23 euros and you get ancient empire, sci-fi, some zombies, farm, town, fantasy characters, fantasy pack. There's some enemies here. Yeah, I can link you to that. There you go. I don't know if there's any others going on right now, but Humble Bundle does. Yeah, you need those. Yeah, I get you. Ooh, Environment Mega Bundle. Now I'm looking at stylized nature. Ooh. Ooh. Now we're distracted. environment. Yeah, there's some really nice environments. Evil building, stylized medieval village. It's an Epic Game Worlds with Unity bundle. Audio. Hit bashing kit. What type of category I should choose? Sci-fi, magical world, or something to do with military and stuff. I think that like sci-fi and fantasy are going to be the most, those are going to have the largest audiences. So if you're trying to appeal, I think voxelized art's going to be harder to find. You would have to make a lot yourself, but you can find low poly fantasy and sci-fi pretty easily, in my opinion. Yeah, you could try to make one, especially if you get this pack, you would have, you know, sci-fi and fantasy, right? You could try to check either. I would say, you know, if I'm trying to get creative, and this doesn't help with art assets, right? But I haven't seen a lot done with like underwater, and like water-based tower defense, you know, sea creatures, shit like that. I haven't seen anything crazy like that done. Studio which I worked for had 7,000 assets bought in assets trade. Jesus, that's a lot. Damn, lucky. Lucky, lucky. Ooh, this is pretty cool. Polygon fantasy. Like, hexagonal. Pretty nice. And the licenses, well, you can see what works and then buy the license, right? Like, I'm not gonna rat on you. Like, see what works first, then see how much it's going to cost you. This pack also comes with $10 store discount on the Cinti store, which is pretty cool. So if there's any good, you know, Polygon series or simple series, I don't know what the difference is here. But if there's anything that looks good here, you would have a $10 discount. It's showing in Zwilty for me. Maybe bad manners, but I see no wrong if I'm gonna like and use the package. Yeah, exactly. You know, I do the same thing. Like, look, if we're all game developers, we all have access to packs, which probably we shouldn't use without the right permission. But we're gonna do it. And we're gonna see if it's good, and then if it's going commercial, we'll buy the key for it, right? Is what it is. There's some cool packs here, actually. But yeah, keep me updated with this, and you know, if you want more feedback, just let me know. But I do like the simplistic style. There's a kind of tower defense game that isn't very well known called Rimmed Capsule. And this, you know, I really like the style here. It was very simplistic. This was a game jam game that was made. So things like this are really relaxing and just kind of cozy to look at. But they were completely flat, right? So there isn't any of that. Maybe I'm biased, but in the 90s we had a big problem in Poland with pirated software using companies to the point where police started actually auditing companies. Jesus. Definitely has more questions to show the game. I know it's kind of hard for anyone to give feedback on a video which shows 10%. Yeah. But, you know, I get that, right? I'm the same way. Or when I ask for feedback, I need to make sure, like, yeah, I know this looks shit. I know this looks shit. I don't want feedback on this because I know it's shit. I want feedback on this one thing because that's what I'm working on right now. Yeah, you get it. I get it. What was I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I was gonna see if I can implement the helper UI, the context controls into this state. Table interact. I mean, technically, I should be able to implement this and it should just work. Let me try just adding it to the HUD. I'm gonna add the version number too. That's pretty easy to do. Well, I think I just updated this manually. Well, that's fine, it works. We will say this is 2.0 because this is our new version. 2.0.0. I like doing minor change version numbers. Okay, it should be there. Yeah, that's working. I could add some more context based on some of the open world stuff that we added now. We just need to store some of the trace responses in the pawn blueprint. But I mean, for now, E to interact and escape to open menu. That's about all you can do in the open world anyway right now. I'm a little worried though that this will appear below or above the dialogue widget. I don't want it to. It appears behind. That's okay. I mean, it would look nicer if it just disappeared, but I'm not gonna give a shit about it. Look, text being raycast targets as default. What do you mean? Okay, so those are on screen. That's good. Just working. If we need to add some camera states later, we can do so. And I'm gonna make the pop-up appear on the screen here as well. Startup widget. You're no longer in the Alchemy system prototype. See that cheeky little TM? That's very soon to become a little R symbol. Excited for that. Oh, let's see. Well, I could just make a duplicate. I could keep this for the Alchemy system prototype. Yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly what the R means. You are so right. Startup widget open world. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I don't know what the Let's see if there's any update on it. Nope, still pending. Should be registered soon. The prosecution. Yeah, so it's been published for opposition. I think it's either 30 days or 90 days after that. I don't really remember. Trademark registration opposition time. $30 days. So, because the opposition is, oh wait, that's in Poland. I don't know. It's either 30 days or 90 days. If it's 30 days, that means in a couple weeks. Well, like a week and a half. Should be registered. I like how the design search codes, people could look up flying dinosaurs. I don't know, it's crazy. Some of the stuff, you have to be very, very specific with how you like reference it. Like the mark consists of the profile of the bust of a black outlined blue prehistoric bird animal with a yellow beak, a pink tongue, a light blue chest, and a yellow eye with a black and white pupil, in front of a red circle with black outline, with the stylized wording Microraptor Games centered underneath it with Microraptor in yellow and Games in blue, both featuring a thick black outline. But the importance of that is for legal matters, right? So if somebody says that yours is too similar, that the wording is then going to matter a lot. And then specifically like the design search codes too. So it's annoying, but it makes sense, right? Okay, let's say Cauldron Chronicles. Gameplay loop and open world v1. Gameplay. No, I need gameplay. take Riley. Color of the feathers a slightly different shade of blue and claim copyright. Then Cecil will be mine, yeah. Sell the NFTs. I think because I do claim the colors, but I also claim the design. So if you were to just have the design, but change the colors, yeah, there's definitely can't get around that. I saw that an NFT apparently just sold for like $14 million, and my first thought, like it just sold like yesterday or something. My first thought was, oh, somebody just laundered $14 million of money, okay. Good for them. Twitch gonna claim Riley. Yeah, this is the new Poggers. We have a Pog emote. Yeah, we have Pog. Do they still get on people's emotes for being Kappas? Did they stop doing that? Also, Kappa mentioned, so you are legally required to type Kappa in chat now. Just a prototype. I need to change this. Prototype info, where we need feedback. I'm a rebel. No clue Kappa. It's K-A-P-P-A, capital K. Rebel Kappa. No, it has to be capital K. See if anybody has the Krappa. Exactly. Let's see if anybody has the golden Kappa. Nope, no golden, just gray. This is just a prototype of one of our core systems. Let me write some of the stuff up. Gold, please. Can't you get gold now, though, if you have a golden hype train? And if you do one of the sub bits or gifting, whatever, during the golden Kappa train, you get that for 24 hours. Something like that. It used to be that one person every 24 hours, randomly chosen, was given the golden Kappa for the day. I don't know if they do that anymore though. This is a prototype of our core gameplay loop. While lacking in variety and length, core loop is fully on display. Maybe I can put like the player's goal as well. Like, I'll just name this prototype info. Your goal. How big is this though? Oh, I need to actually make it appear. That would be smart. See, this is how we remove it. We need to get the game viewport subsystem and remove widget. God, I'm stupid. Startup widget open world, add to viewport, get player controller, set input mode, UI only. Set show mouse cursor. Good. I could lower the size of that just a little bit. But it's using the default white. Do default white 18. Default white 18. That's my preference for dating. Guys, don't clip that. It's a joke. It's pretty small, but we'd also need bold italic white 18. Why is there so much space in between those? There's top padding of 10. I think there's top padding of 10 on each. Hold on, I gotta put bold white 18. Okay, we do have bold white 18. Okay, your goal. Your goals, let's say, your goals. Explore the open world and find ingredients. wasn't painfully obvious. That's one of the goals. Meet the NPC and fulfill his mission. I mean, should I put anything else here? Meet the NPC and fulfill his commission, yes. Replay the game if desired and try. I think you're slowly getting out of a ditch here. That's really good to hear. Different endings. Process and analyze ingredients to find the best combination to fulfill the NPC's needs. Kind of making massive changes to base gameplay and it feels better, less helpless. Underestimated how fast the game can go. Like you're increasing the game speed? Move this one up. The way I want it is too fast. You barely have time to plan it. Yeah, I would say actually it's a very common thing is pacing. Yeah, that's why you often hear me say like this is a great idea. We'll see how the pacing of the core loop is, right? And one of the ways that I do this is one of the ways I make a goal is gameplay percentages. I say, okay, 50% of the time is of the game's time I want the player to be spending doing this. And I think with Cauldron Chronicles, I think didn't we say it was like 40, 40, 20 or something? Where did we put that? It wasn't here. We put it somewhere. Yeah, and one of those, I think the gameplay percentages is, it's a really just simple thing to throw goals onto, right? Like, that way you can know if something is taking too much time or not taking enough time. I mean, we could even test that, right? We did that yesterday. Where is it? Day 53. Even though it looks like I'm playing Pacific Drive, where did we test it? Was it here? I don't remember. Oh, we cheated a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. It did work. So like 4:14:10 was the end of that. 4:14:10. How much time did we spend doing that though? We had to arrive. So I think we started around here like 3:50. So it took us about 24 minutes to explore the open world and make the potions he needed. And how much time did we spend making the potions? This is us writing down his needs. And then we go straight to the thing. So we spent We spent 10 minutes exploring. And then we essentially spent 14 minutes in potion making. And while we didn't talk to him much, I would say that because we knew what he wanted, right? Actually, how long did we spend talking to him? I don't know if we went through it quickly. Okay, 3:58:25. But I read fast too. I imagine that somebody first time through this would spend a little bit longer. We spent about a minute and a half. So let's say 2 minutes. So 12 minutes, 2 minutes talking. So we can pretty easily break this up into percentages. Just use Excel, because fuck it. We have 10 to 12 equals, I mean, we'll just hard code it for now, so 24, right? I don't know where we talked about gameplay percentages, but this is about on point. Maybe put it in Draw.io. Alchemy System Proto, no, this was in the game dev pillars. We have it here. 60% open world, 25% alchemy, 15% NPCs. I would say that considering how far we are in this, we have alchemy right now at 50, open world at 42, NPCs 15. Once we start to move more from we start adding more talking to NPCs, that's going to lower the percentages of both of those. Once we add more exploration to open world, the players will spend more time there, which will lower both NPCs and alchemy. I would say once we start adding into the variety that we want here and adding more discussion to the NPCs, we will start to pull that time away from alchemy to help it reach more along the lines of the 25%. So I'd say we are definitely on the right track for this. But yeah, gameplay pillars and percentages, one of the best things. Okay. I was reading something. Your goals: explore the open world and find ingredients. Process and analyze ingredients to find the best combinations to fulfill the NPC's needs. Meet the NPC and fulfill his commission. Replay the game if desired and try different potions to get different endings. And we are looking for feedback that does what here? Let's say enjoyment of exploring the open world, collecting ingredients, making potions, and fulfilling requests that NPCs give you. So just a prototype from our. This is just a prototype. Let's say just a prototype of our core loop. But it has everything represented in a basic way that we would want in our final game. Just with less depth. And certainly little quality of life. Okay. As a prototype, we prioritize functionality over visuals. And to some degree, user experience. Yes, you're allowed to share this prototype with anyone. Yes. Good. I would even add one thing on here. Complete the tutorial to help guide you with what to do. Okay, I think that's pretty decent. For today. In my opinion, I think we've made some good progress. Let's commit this to our branch. Pending changes. Geez, I only now got a call. Oof. You know, dude, it's a Tuesday. Why do you have so many calls? Well, your game is launching soon, right? So, makes sense. What changes did we make? Nothing. We can change that. We moved it a little bit. Whatever. Unplanned calls? Oh. That's usually a bad thing, right? That something's blowing up. Let's see. We did a lot. Fixed flame grass meshes having collision. Added version number and startup widget to open world. Started adding in tutorial with a few first objectives. Removed cover text on ingredients in open world and replaced with HUD tooltip. Show name and effects. I could have it show flavor too. Maybe we want to just add something to that and show flavor. Because we get the data, we could just, it'd be really easy to add on. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good for today. My voice is gone. Dunzo. What about you guys? Make a solid day of progress? Yeah, I think we did pretty good. I think you did pretty well. You know, goal still is Friday, have the build. It's been a while since I built a game. I don't see any major issues, but I'll do what the fuck with me. Yeah, math. Math is it's always gonna get us. It sneaks up on you. Broke shit, but I made it less boring. That's good. See this Wednesday night? I can lend you a magic deck. This Wednesday night. Tomorrow night. I don't think so. I really have to call my dad for work stuff, and the only time he's going to be available is the evening. I gotta do more on that. My voice finds that I sit here in silence the whole time. Lucky you. I'm surprised I haven't lost my voice yet since streaming. Knock on wood, right? Don't jinx it. Meet every week, so keep important stuff important. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do that so that I can get some extra payment. So, sadly, it's important. But then also, you need to tell me if I can meet up with you guys for lunch this week at all, so I can plan it for the stream. But this Friday, I should have the new computer. Now, I don't know if I'll have it built in time for Friday. It's probably going to arrive on Friday. And then over the weekend, I will build the new streaming PC and give it a test run. So if you see me online streaming on the weekend, we'll probably just play a game to test it out. It's more Last Epoch or Pacific Drive or something. So next Tuesday lunch. I don't see why that wouldn't work. What day is that? Yeah. I could probably do it. Yeah. 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 Let me look at my calendar. Next Tuesday lunch. Okay. Yeah, I will maybe like catch up on some sleep or something because I'm sure I'll be tired, and then I'll just meet you guys for lunch. And we'll start streaming in the afternoon for like a half day or something. That works. I think that's all I have to add. Let me see. Is there anything else? No, 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 no. No to all. Risk got better. Want to return to the gym? Yeah, that's good. I need to do that. I need to do gym, but it costs money. Fun today, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna get going too. I will see you guys tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. We will continue with the tutorialization with the end goal Friday build, and will be available on the Discord. So if you're not on our Discord yet, consider joining that. You can play the exactly what I'm making. You know, I'm gonna give you guys a debug build so you can mess around with going to different maps or cheating or whatever you need to do, because that's what's fun, right? And what else? Oh yeah, thank you for the follows today. It was really great, and thank you for the raids. We had 2 of them from Matthew Napier and Ghetto Stoffel. Thank you so much. Nice name. And thank you, Bartosz, again for the resub. Gotta meet up with you too and have some lunch sometime. So thank you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a nice rest of your day. Stay warm. Stay dry today because it's rainy for me. I don't know if it's rainy for you guys, but it's rainy for me. Ugh. I will tell you, if it's pouring rain out there today, like right now, I'm just gonna come back and we'll play something for like an hour or 2. We'll see. All right, guys. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.